Now, today, in the name of Jesus, we can go before the Lord. So, number one, we got the peace of God. In Philippians chapter 4, verse 6, he says, rejoice in the Lord. 4, 5, 6 in Philippians chapter 4. And cast everything before him. Number two, you get divine strength. People will not understand you in that school. Huyu mtu anapata wapi nguvu yake? Hii hekima yake inatoka wapi? Where is this wisdom coming from in this man? But I don't know that behind the scenes, you are asking God, have mercy on me. Forgive me for yesterday. I know I did not do well. Please start with me again. Begin with me again. And God will come and begin with you again. And gives you the strength to manage that school, to manage those boys and girls, to stand with them, and to give you wisdom for the answer that they need. Some people are asking hard questions, saying, what am I going to do like this, in this direction? But God is saying, come unto me, all those who are heavily laden. Divine strength in Isaiah 41, verse 10. Number 3, God's sustenance. He will sustain you. I have read Psalms 55, verse 22. Number 4, divine guidance. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 5. He says, come unto me, cast everything to him, call upon the Lord, and he is going to help you. He is going to strengthen you. Praise the name of Jesus. He gives you the rest for your souls. Number 5. He gives you victory over challenges. Number 6. So what do we do? In conclusion, so what do we do? What is the way forward for strong schools and collaboration and everything? And collaborative leadership. What is the way forward? The way forward is what the Bible has said. Let us cast our burdens, our worries before the Lord. When you come near to the Lord, and he's going to help you, he's going to be seen in you. He's going to be seen in your school. He's going to be seen in your county. These things that we are passing through, blessed people, the challenges, the unrest, the strikes, the fires, the answer is here. Come unto me. Tell those children, let us go before the Lord to reduce the stress and everything. And what does it mean? Coming before the Lord. Because he has said in Isaiah 59, when you come before me, I will open heavens. 2 Chronicles 7, verse 14, he says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and cast away their sins, I hear from heaven and heal their land. Do you need healing for your school? That was a question. Do you need healing for your land? Do you need healing for your family? He says, come unto me. Cast away your sins. Cast away everything. Every form of corruption. Every form of immorality. Every form of things that are not good. Cast away and come to Jesus. Because he's ready to listen to you. He's ready to help you in the mighty name of Jesus. So we are going to pray. And then God is going to help us. And we shall pray for our schools today. And we shall call upon the name of the Lord. And he will help us in the name of Jesus. Surround me, oh Lord. Surround. Let us stand up and then we shall pray in the name of Jesus. Tutaomba sasa, alafu Mungu atatusaidia. Everyone in the name of Jesus, standing up. We want to pray for your schools, for your area of jurisdiction today. Because God is with us. We are returning to the Lord. We are asking him to help us. Because we have known, blessed people, we have realized that we cannot do without the Lord. The more we try, the more things are slipping away from our hands. There is one factor that I think we have not exhausted well. The inviting of the Lord to be in our schools, to be in our lives, to be in our institutions. And I know things are going to work. I have seen it myself in the schools that I have been. I have seen what God can do. And he indeed can do it. Let us close our eyes. Lord. surround me, oh Lord. Let us tell him to surround us. Oh Lord, surround me, oh Lord, surround me, Lord, surround me, oh Lord, oh, surround me. It is a prayer that God will surround us everywhere, even in our institutions and everything. Oh Lord, surround me, Lord, surround us. Oh Lord, oh. I want us to pray now. Everyone, we are now praying in the name of Jesus. After asking God to surround us, the Lord is going to take over in the mighty name of Jesus. Everybody lifting up your hands now as a sign of surrender and say the following prayer. Say, Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, I come before you today. I surrender to you today. I bring my burdens and worries unto you. Because you are God Almighty. And I trust in you today. I come before you in humility, knowing that I am unable without you. I repent of my sins and ask you to forgive me. Everything that is not right in your presence, today I surrender. Help me, Lord. Help my school, Lord. In the mighty name of Jesus, today I surrender. Amen. Father, in the mighty holy name of Jesus, the mighty King of kings and the Lord of lords, the creator of heaven and earth, we thank you because of this session. Thank you for the dear principals, directors, officers who are here. Lord, we need you today. We want to commit Kenya before you today. We know the junction that we are standing in right now, even on 25th. Today, Lord of glory, the one who is holy and is watching from heaven, we ask you to forgive us, my Lord. We ask you to help us, Jehovah. We ask you to give us strength, my Father. Give us guidance in this nation, that Lord of glory, our children shall live to see your goodness. Our children shall live to see your power. We cast all our burdens unto you as a nation, as the principals, Jehovah, as KESHA fraternity. We are coming before you that you may help us, my Father. The children in schools are agitating and doing things. But today, on this date, my Lord, we are praying as a team, Jehovah, that you are going to help us, my Lord, to overcome these things, Jehovah, to overcome these challenges, because you have said in your word, the battle belongs to you. We thank you today. As we continue in this program, may your will be done. May all the glory and honor come back to you, my Father, because we have prayed in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Bishop Koech is my name.
Thank you, the Western and Rift Valley team. The message is home. Let us cast all our burdens unto the Lord, and eventually we shall rejoice. Tomorrow we shall have Nairobi and Nyanza. Yesterday there was an omission when I say today we would have Western and Nyanza. So tomorrow it is Nairobi and Nyanza. Let us be here in good time. Thank you. I welcome our Muslim brothers to take us through the next session.
بسم الله أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Today I want us to read Surah Al-Qiyamah. We want to remind ourselves about the last day, because we know that everybody will go one day. Today, there are so many people who are buried. We are alive, and we are supposed to be grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for keeping us alive. So we want to translate Surah Al-Qiyamah. Allah says in the Holy Quran, in Surah Al-Qiyamah, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لا أقسم بيوم القيامة. I do call to witness the day of resurrection. ولا أقسم بالنفس اللوامة. And I do call to witness the self-reproaching spirit. أيحسب الإنسان أن نجمع عظامه. Does man think that we cannot assemble his bones? You can imagine, the Quran is telling us 1,400 years ago that if you die, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to bring you back to life, and He can be able to assemble your fingerprints. It's only recently that people came to know that there are no two people who have the same fingerprints, even if they are twins. يسأل أيان يوم القيامة. He questions, that is the non-believer, questions about when the day of resurrection will be, because he does not understand that this time will come. فَإِذَا بَرِقَ الْبَصَرُ. Allah is giving us some of the signs of the day and what will happen on that day. فَإِذَا بَرِقَ الْبَصَرُ. At length, when the sight is dazed, that means that your sight is not going to see again. وَخَسَفَ الْقَمَرُ. And the moon is buried in darkness. The moon that is shining today will be buried in darkness. وَجُمِعَ الشَّمْسُ وَالْقَمَرُ. And the sun and the moon are going to be joined together. That means the moon that we are going to see, we are seeing today, and the sun that we see today are on different times. It's the day and the night. So both of them are going to be brought together so that there is no longer day or night again. Kalla la wazar. By no means, no place of safety. On that day, you cannot hide yourself. You have nowhere to go to for safety. Before the Lord alone, that day will be the place of rest. That Allah is telling us that the only place of safety and the place where you can get refuge is to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that is for the believers. إِلَىٰ رَبِّكَ يَوْمَئِذٍ الْمُسْتَقَرُّ. Before the Lord alone, and the day will be the place of rest. يُنَبَّأُ الْإِنسَانُ يَوْمَئِذٍ بِمَا قَدَّمَ وَآخَرَ. On that day, everybody is going to be told. A man will be told all that is put forward and all that he put back. That means Allah is going to tell you what you have done during that day of judgment, where you are going to be questioned. بَلِ الْإِنسَانُ عَلَى نَفْسِهِ بَصِيرًا. Nay, man will be evidence against himself. That means on that day, you are going to be evident upon yourself, that you cannot lie. If you have been an unbeliever, you say that I was an unbeliever and I was doing wrong. And if you have been a true believer, that day you are going to say that I was a true believer, O Allah. لا تحرك به لسانك لتعجل به. Allah is talking to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam that when the Quran is being revealed to you, don't move your lips. Inna alayna jam'ahu wa Qur'ana. It is for us to collect it and promulgate it. But فإذا قرأناه فاتبع قرآنه. And when we promulgate it, follow it as its recital. ثم إن علينا بيانه. Nay, more, it is for us to explain to it. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to explain the Quran to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and the Muslim. كلا بل تحبون العاجلة. Nay, you men, but you love the fleeting life. Today people love this life as if they are not going to die. People are stealing. People are corrupt so that they can be able to accumulate wealth, which they think that they are going to stay with it for the rest of their life. They don't know that that wealth is just something that is going to be with you today. Tomorrow you will not see it because you will leave it here and you are going to be questioned on how you got it. ولا كلا بل تحبون العاجلة وتذرون الآخرة وجوه يومئذ ناظرة. Some faces on that day will beam in brightness and beauty. The faces of the believers will be beaming in light because they will be shown whatever they are going to be given. So they are going to be happy. إلى ربها ناظرة. They are going looking towards their Lord. ووجوه يومئذ باسرة. And some faces on that day will be sad and dismissal. Those are the faces of the non-believers who do not believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are going to be sad because they are going to see the punishment that they are going to be given. تظن أن يفعل بها فاقرة. In thought that some back-breaking calamity was about to inflict upon them. That on that day they are going to see on their when they come before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they are going to be shown the punishment, and that is why sadness is going to be on their faces. كلا إذا بلغت تراقي. Yeah, when the soul reaches the collarbone in its exit, we know that everybody is going to die. And when the death comes, all the people, the nafs or the soul will come to the collarbone for it to exit. And you don't know where it exited. وَقِيلَ مَنْ رَاقٍ. And people are going to cry. Who can be able to give it medication? You are sitting in front of the person who is dying, and you don't have somebody to be able to bring that life back to that person. وَذَنَّ أَنَّهُ الْفِرَاقِ. And the person will be sure that he is going. وَالْتَفَتِ السَّاقُ بِسَاقٍ. And one leg will be joined with another. The person is dead. The two legs are going to be joined. إِلَىٰ رَبِّكَ يَوْمَئِذٍ الْمَسَاقِ. And on that day, the drive will be to your Lord. فَلَا صَدَّقَ وَلَا صَلَّى. So he gave nothing in charity. And he did not pray. So those people who have not prayed, and those people who are not giving people charity, they are going to regret on that day. وَلَكِنْ كَذَّبَ وَتَوَلَّى. But on the contrary, he rejected truth and turned away. ثُمَّ ذَهَبَ إِلَىٰ أَهْلِهِ يَتَمَطَّى. Then did he talk to his family in full conceit. That means that person who is an unbeliever, instead of giving charity, praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, believing in the truth, he will go back very happy to his family. But on that day, he will see what will happen to him. أَوْلَى لَكَ فَأَوْلَى. Woe to you, O man. Woe to you, O man. ثُمَّ أَوْلَى لَكَ فَأَوْلَى. Again, woe to you, O man. Woe to you, O man. أَحَسِبَ الْإِنسَانُ أَنْ يُتْرَكَ سُدًى. Does man think that he will be left uncontrolled? Allah is asking us that question. Do you think that we are going to leave you uncontrolled without being asked questions, without your deeds being questioned? أَلَمْ يَكُنْ نُطْفَةً مِّن مَّنٍ يُمْنَى. Was he not a drop of sperm emitted in a lowly form? You know where we came from. It is the sperm that goes to the womb of the mother. That is where a person is created from. You can imagine when the sperm comes out of you, you wash it because it's something that you detest, and that is your origin. ثم كان علقة فخلق فسوى. Then did he become a leech-like cloth, and then Allah makes a fashion him in due proportion. From that cloth and from that span, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made us what we look as like today. Very beautiful, very handsome, but you cannot recall Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who made you into that form. وَجَعَلَ مِنْهُ زَوْجَيْنِ ذَكَرَ وَالْأُنْثَى. And then we made him into two sexes, male and female. أَلَيْسَ ذَلِكَ بِقَادِرٍ عَلَىٰ أَنْ يُحْيِيَ الْمَوْتَى. Has he the same, not the powers to give him life? Allah is asking you, the one who does not believe in the hereafter. He is asking you, the one who fashioned you like that, brought you from where you came from. Is he not able to bring you back to life? That's a question to yourself. And we say, yeah, it is true, Allah, you can bring us back to life. Now let's go and read Surah Al-Fatiha. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا صراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. May Allah bless this congregation. May Allah make our hearts soft. May Allah lead our leaders. May He lead us to the straight path, not the path of those who have gone astray, nor the path who have earned your wrath. Amen.
Shall we clap for the people who have presented morning devotion? Thank you so much, Rift Valley and also Western. So our directors who are in the hall, other visitors, guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. We want to welcome you today, number 5 of our conference, and to wish you well today to carry on the program for the day. Today is a very important day because we have our employer in the room. A large part of the presentations will come from the Teacher Service Commission. I want to ask that we settle down fast to allow the program to run so that we don't run into the challenges of yesterday. I want to call upon our sponsors, our partners. When we call upon you, you move with speed to ensure that we are not delayed. I want to begin with KCB. If you are in the room, Kenya Commercial Bank. KCB. Livingstone Makori from KCB, if you are there. If KCB has not come, I want to call the Association of Kenya Insurers. Association of Kenya Insurers. Association of Kenya Insurers. If you are ready, kindly step forward. Association of Kenya Insurers, also called AAK. AKA, sorry. Welcome, sir, to make your presentation.
So I can proceed?
Yeah, proceed. You presented the,
Yeah.
So, carry on. 10 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kimanzi Chalo from the Association of Kenya Insurers. We are very excited to be here today to make a brief presentation on risk management in schools. Over the years, we have collaborated with you, and we have always been very grateful for the invitations that you have extended to us. Our presentation today is going to be on risk management, as we've said, and there are going to be just a few highlights. We'll refer you to documents, one of which is the safety manual for schools in Kenya, which was published in 2008. Another document would be the risk management template, which is on our website. Another document, which is also very important, is the business continuity plan. The Association of Kenya Insurers is the umbrella body for all insurance companies in Kenya. We exist to carry out advocacy and lobbying to have a better environment where insurance services can be provided to the members of the public. The association also exists to carry out market research, capacity building, consumer awareness, coordination between stakeholders such as you, the Minister of Education, and other stakeholders. So what has AKIT done? What has the over 54 insurance companies that are registered in Kenya done? In the year 2025, insurance companies settled 16 million claims with a value of 238 billion. And that is on classes such as liability, property, life, and micro insurance. So insurance companies are serving Kenya. Coming closer to schools, these are some of the risks that schools face. These are just some of the critical ones. That is the floods, fires, injuries to students and both the staff. And towards managing these risks, towards managing these risks, the Minister of Education came up with a safety standards manual for schools in Kenya, and this provides a blueprint for enhancing safety in our schools. Some of the threats identified in the safety manual are accidents, school violence and harassment, lack of adequate healthcare, nutrition, and hostile school environment. The school safety manual also provides for the setting up of a school safety committee. The committee is charged with identifying the needs of the school, safety needs of the school, mobilizing resources, monitoring and evaluating, formulation of sustainable networks with stakeholders, such as insurers, continuously reviewing issues of safety around the school. Key components that have been identified in the safety manual, key components of school safety that have been identified as the school grounds, food safety, transportation, building, sports utilities, safety against drugs, health hygiene, school community relations. So just maybe to give a snapshot of some of the provisions in the safety manual. There are quite a number, but I'll just pick the dormitories and the classrooms. One is that beds in the dormitory should be 1.2 meters apart, and the corridors should be 2 meters apart. I don't know whether we're doing that. On the classrooms, the provision is the size of a classroom should be 7.5 meters by 6 meters and accommodating 40 students. Those are the ideal provisions. Now, how do we monitor risks that schools face? How do we mitigate these risks? We can do this by adopting a risk assessment template. This template will be the working document, the living document for the school safety committee. So some of the areas are the school transport, where there's the bus, and with the bus, what are the risk treatments? The risk treatments would be maintaining comprehensive insurance, and within the comprehensive insurance, we know that a number of schools are hiring out the buses to help members of the community. And we are not saying this is bad, this is good. So the school needs to safeguard their liabilities. How do you safeguard your liabilities? Please ensure your insurer gives you passenger legal liability when the vehicle is on hire. We all know about the court case that came out last week in Kisumu, and therefore it is important that we ensure we request for that cover. Another area are the facilities, that is the classrooms, library, dormitories, and the laboratories. Biggest risk here is fire, floods, and of course, some of the safety measures, fire extinguishers, fire drills for the staff and students. Again, as we've said before, there are some designs that can be incorporated into schools or school buildings which will prevent spread of fire, such as the parapet walls, which we've seen that because it goes beyond the roof, then fire would not easily spread into the next building or the next room. Now, ladies and gentlemen, no matter how much we try to put in risk mitigation measures, something will always happen. So once it happens, what do we do so that we ensure learning, school operations, school activities continue? That is by having a business continuity plan. So this plan will guide us on what we need to put in place when risk attaches. The same is in our website. That is at www.aki.com, safe learning. You can access the same there. We have a sample questionnaire from which you can you can also add or remove what you do not need. That is, you can customize for your school. These are risk management matrix. This is also in our website. This will guide you in placing risks, in ranking the risks. So as we have seen, some of the solutions, there's the school bus insurance, property for the facilities. Then there's students' personal accidents. There's Work Injury Benefits Act for the staff. We are currently running a campaign, and that is to sensitize members of the public to ensure that whenever you receive your insurance certificate, make sure you verify. And to verify, you need to use the two options which are there. That is the hash 352, star 352 hash, or you download the Bima Yangu app, both on Android and that is a continuation of the campaign. You'll be seeing it on the media. Thank you very much, and we appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with KESHA.
Thank you so much, Association of Kenya Insurance. KCB, are you there? KCB, minute. Aeon minute. Move faster. You have a presentation.
Yes, I've given. I think they should be
5 minutes.
Yeah?
5 minutes.
10 minutes maximum.
Fast.
Is it okay? Yeah, okay. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, as they are actually putting up the presentation, maybe I'll just do an introduction of ourselves. My name is Gideon B, representing Minet Kenya Insurance Brokers as the commercial director. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I know, of course, the school fraternity has been our partner for some years, and the reason why we're here is just to look at how we can be able to partner more as we go along. So I think the presentation is coming up. So I think what I would want to talk about is securing Kenya School, and specifically on the issues that I think even the Association of Kenya Insurers has spoken about on the risk mitigation. So the topic of my discussion is strong schools begin with safe, resilient learning environments, and it's just again in line with this year's KESHA team. So specifically, I'll want to touch about the responsibilities as heads. What are our responsibilities when it comes to risk? How school risk goes wrong. So sometimes you'd find actually maybe there are some weak signals, some blind spots, and even hard questions that we need to answer as heads. Also the seen and the unseen risk. So you'd find that there are some areas that there are risks that we can see, and there are some that you cannot be able to see. And then as Minet, what are the proposals that we are looking forward in terms of to support, in terms of just prioritizing this risk, fixing the risk, and even proving, and even now to the level of protection that is insurance. Of course, parents expect us to be the guardians at school when they release their children. So as Minet, as I've mentioned, we are the leading Pan-Africa brand in established physical footprint across the 9 countries here in Africa, and the head office based here in Kenya, still their own global correspondent, with presence is in over 120 countries. So again, trusted purpose or trusted advisor is on the aspect of risk, innovation, and even market leading in terms of insurance advisory. So just to the core business in which we do, we specify them maybe into 3 areas. The pension advisory service. Again, we do a lot of administration when it comes to the pension, the individual pension plans, the post retirement medical, and even the retirement training. And on the consulting wing of our side is we do actuarial service, where we've been able to support different entities. Also investment advisory, risk management, asset valuation, and health consulting. On the insurance advisory services, we do largely and spread our services on consulting of insurance broking, reinsurance solution, that claims administration. There's a new wing of lender advisory unit where we support lenders as well. Employees benefit solution, which I think medical, pension, and life falls in it. And even we are able to support some clients on the international medical insurance. So when a child is left in your care as the head, the school becomes the parents, and that's actually what I was saying. And so
in recent months, I think we've been able to see some areas where now the shift is moving from the budgets, the buildings of what we are doing to now governance, preparedness, and reputation. So the accountability then sits with the who? With the school and the heads. So what are we preparing? Are we prepared to protect beyond control? Are we taking accountability? And actually that's the responsibility as accountability as a person. So operational, reputational, and even personal accountability test with you. And then now you'll find that in case of any crisis, the question is what preventative system was in place? And actually we are charged on prevention rather than maybe what we are actually trying to be actively sought immediately. So the shift that matters now is from being reactive after an incident to anticipating and preventing it, protecting your learners and your leaders at once. Move to the next slide. So the personal liability. Next slide, please. Next. Next. So personal liability, and usually they are uncomfortable questions that will come in case of an incident. And the big question is, what did the school leadership know? And how actually did they know? And after that question is, what then did you do about it? So it's a huge question that sometimes then cuts across the specs in terms of the board, the risk management and defects in the registers. Do you keep these registers at school? The fire drill records, are they actually kept in school? And even evacuation time. And I don't know if actually we do these fire drills at even our schools. Training attendance and emergencies roles. So what exactly comes to the planning that is there in school? The incident and near miss, what we call the near miss log. And then, of course, now the aspect of that comes at the end, usually when there's a whole aspect of an incident, is the parent and media communication plan. So the leadership safeguard is documented, or a document for prevention, but a strong risk file does not remove the responsibility, but it demonstrates how reasonable care that is in place, the due diligence that has been done, and the active controls that are there in place. So the risk model of a modern Kenya school. So what is the risk model of a Kenya school currently? So you'd find that a school incident rarely comes from one cause, but there are a lot of areas that actually you'd find there are critical areas that we need to look at. And it's usually accumulation of weak signals, which we may not be able to realize immediately, but they build over time. And some of them are this: fire and dormitory safety. Does our dormitories look like that in terms of safety? Transport and excursion. Usually when we are doing this transport, I think we've seen a lot of cases in terms of accidents and so on. Are we cautious of the same? The bullying, the violence, and the drugs that are actually in school, what are we planning over the same? There's also the cyber, the CCTV, and now the big aspect of data privacy. Are we careful when it comes to that as well? We've also seen cases of infrastructure and sanitation. I think there has been a lot of reported cases of even bad sanitation, toilets, and so on. And then there's the safeguarding and visitor control. How many visitors do you allow to come to your school? Because actually that's also a big risk. And then crisis communication. In case of any crisis, how do we relate and communicate? And then the big aspect is on the mental health and trauma that actually affect our students. These are the blind spots that can create school losses. And sometimes most schools actually have policies in places, but the weakness is usually evidence when it comes to the testing and the daily discipline that you actually stick to these rules. So, for example, the locked and obstructed exits. I think there has been cases, of course, on fire. How do our exits look like? Do we push them outside, or the doors are open inside? So in case of an incident, it becomes so easy when they actually open to the outside. So sometimes there's a question of security and safety. Which one comes first? So usually we need to see that safety must always win where there's conflict between the two. I think we've had a discussion of you find grills in the windows and so on. So also untested emergency plans. So a plan that has never been drilled is actually just a document. So how do we test these plans? Do we do fire drills in our schools and so on? No live defect registers. Actually, we don't give the registers of the risk. So things like electrical faults, the broken doors, and the dormitory congestion stays an invisible big risk when we don't actually just take count of those risks. Unseen learners distress. This is what I was speaking about, the mental issues that speaks to the learners. The bullying. Now there's sometimes fever when it comes to exams and so on. So how do we address that as an issue? And then the night vulnerability. People who take care of our students and learners, actually, are they trained when it comes to the aspect of things that may happen at night? And then lastly, there's no proof of prevention. So sometimes after an accident, undocumented prevention is treated as a prevention that never actually happened. So how do we take care of that? So the blind spots that create school losses, there are a number of them. And maybe just to highlight some few, what we've just mentioned about the lock and obstructed exits, the untested emergency plans that are there in place, what I've said about the no live register, and so on. So what are we looking at when it comes to the specialist support that we can come in place, or you actually as the head can be able to support? So number one is the health and safety audits, which I think school is a workplace. So there are responsibilities that we need to also report to the OSH, the health and safety health. Fire risk assessment. Are there any gap analysis that we've done when it comes to even evacuation modeling and so on? Emergencies and drills. Have we done drills? And are there emergency plans that are there in school? Risk registers, do we keep them daily and update those risks that are there? Training and certification is also a critical thing. Our wardens, our fire first aid aiders, and even students trained about the emergencies. And then the tailored insurance. Now, this is the last bit of risk when it comes to assessment. Then there's evaluation. And then finally, the big thing is now mitigation. How do you mitigate a risk, which speaks to the insurance part of it? So the practical prevention, and it's just not on paper, but compliance. How do we help you now as heads move to, I hope we were safe, to an incident where we are saying, I can actually prove we are prepared. So there are key areas that you actually need to be critical. The first one is, I just specify them, is around 5 key areas. C, so expose the risk through audits, through walkthroughs, check on your dormitories as well, and even the incident data. Ensure that you see on those ones, and then prioritize. How can you be able to rank this risk from the impact, the liability that it can cause, and even the cost itself that it can bring, and the ease of action. So what can we first handle as an action point, and then fix them? How do you turn the findings into an immediate controls? For example, a 30-day action, or even timely routines and so on. And then now you prove. Proving is actually building evidence when it comes to this file and even drills, DVEX, training. You can even do keep what you've just mentioned about the register and the board reports. Are they actually capturing the aspect of risk? And then finally is how do you mitigate them? So how do you bring insurance to cap in some of the risk? Things like the motor, the bus insurance, and so on. So the differentiator here is that what we've done is linking the physical risk and even the learner well-being, the governance evidence, and trying to bring the adequacy when it comes to insurance to the school leadership in dashboard. So what we are saying is we are ready to walk the journey with you before the loss. So by first maybe just diagnosing what is there in terms of the school risk, the safety improvement, and what are the roadmaps that actually are needed to prioritize these actions. And then the capacity building as well. We need to train our staff, we need to train our students, we need to train our wardeners, and even the watchmen and so on when it comes to school. And then finally, how do we bridge the gap in terms of the risk that we cannot be able to mitigate immediately? So that marks the end of my presentation, and maybe I would just want to say that with the Ministry of Education, we've had some engagements, and what we are trying to do is we'll be rolling over some pilot program in some of our schools. We've identified some counties, I think around 9 counties, that will be able to roll out the risk assessment program across the country. That will be a pilot stage, and maybe hopefully then we'll be able to roll it over to our schools in totality. So thank you so much, and I wish you a good stay here in Mombasa. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Round of applause for Minute Kenya. Thank you. I want to call upon one of us, Dr. Parmuge Puluo, a teacher from Narok County, to share a very small experience. Pastor Mwalimu. Meanwhile, there is supposed to be a presentation from Ministry of Interior, State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services. Be ready. Pastor, 10 minutes.
Okay, the chairman and colleague principals, directors, and ministry officials, good morning. I just want to share some experience that I have already gone through. I'm a teacher in Gareta Secondary School, the principal from 2022. And from that school, I've seen a lot of transformation that has already come in place. When I was appointed there, the school had 151 students, and today we have 1,016 students, both boys and girls. And one of the reasons that I made when I arrived there, the school is quite in the village. I realized my staff, children, were not going to school. And whenever it rains, the road was very, very bad. And we started with the board of management because the school has a quite large land. And we started a kindergarten, a school for the staff children so that they can also access. And also to make sure they are retained in school when their children are also learning within that neighborhood. Then we also reorganized and made sure that the boys and girls, because it was a mixed school, we have separated them, and we have already managed to separate that school for boys and girls with about 46 girls percent and 54. Then, as principals, we know what we go through in schools, especially what happened late in Tumishi girls. We are very, very sorry for that incident. And I thought, what am I supposed to do to talk to these students, 1,000? We conducted a prayer session in line with what was happening, in line with what was happening that day. So we had them. And that prayer session, it was a good way of communicating to the student because we made sure it is maybe the sound from the desk there. International engagement. We have already made sure that the school is connected to Sweden, a school called Max Gymnasia Scholar for the academic exchange. Currently, in December last year, we took 4 teachers for that exchange, and everything was paid by the Gymnasia Scholar, the European Union, for that purpose. Then we had also, I think from that, we attended, I personally, I was nominated to attend the World School Summit in Kuala Lumpur, where I was awarded and honored for the collaboration and World Collaboration Award in the swim. And in the same, we were also honored with the award, a degree, Doctor of Philosophy in Education, for the purpose and for the few things maybe we are doing in that area.
So the countries of interest have been going there, and every county that I attend, I learned more about education. I ask questions about education, and I compare Kenya with those countries, and this is what I want to do. We have to change a bit in the way we are doing our things, because especially on the discipline issue, we are getting a problem. Okay. Right. So what is common in those schools? What do we have in our schools? Do we have those accounts? Because the Gen Zs, the kids that we are taking place, they have all these accounts with them. So if in a school do not have this kind of an account, we need to go and make sure that at least we open one, so that we can also communicate through these accounts that the Gen Zs are also communicating when they are organizing their things. Ensure at least we have a website of our school. Post things there so that the parents, the students, the world can know what the school is doing. And have a school flag and maybe a national anthem that also has your values. But what do we have in the room? We have a problem. Honesty. Honesty is a major problem in Kenya. And trust. Every day, and one of the reasons why some of you are tempted to have those degrees which are not supposed to be there is because of trust and honesty. Our students should know and value the items of other colleagues. They should learn how to engage. They should learn how to collaborate with the others instead of having all the three. In all the three counties I've been, I've learned that the biggest problem is that one. In Sweden, driving under influence of alcohol is terrible. All school buses in Sweden, they have an alcohol blow. And that alcohol blow is connected to the cutout of the vehicle. No driver who can drive a school bus before you blow that alcohol blow so that the engine can start. In Malaysia, it's a visa-free country. This country, you are informed if you are entering the country with any illegal drug. It is announced on the flight, death sentence will come back to you. So you might go to Malaysia with a drug and you don't come back. Our students must be trained to respect their colleagues' items. Education. Age defines. I am happy for the CBC. Teaching is learner-centered. 90% of schools are day schools in all these countries. 98% of schools are mixed. They are wondering, why am I having boys and girls separate? They could not understand. But the reason is because of the laws and the constitution of that governs the education. Students use apps to report teachers' attendance and absence. So once the teacher goes to class, they have apps. They have phones, but designed for the learning. When the teacher is reported, that app goes all the way to the ministry, to everywhere. And you are not just going to be paid simply because you are in school. You are only going to be paid because you have worked. But that student has reported that one. In California, that is where my people are. No staff rooms. Teachers have individual rooms. If there are no staff rooms, then those cases of arrangements where the students arrange things, teachers are supposed to be in those rooms throughout. So you not have even time to organize crime and even to do things that are not expected. In Sweden, teachers have staff rooms that are mainly offices. Students sit with them in those staff rooms. In Malaysia, education is almost similar to us. In fact, they don't have even permanent rooms. But the collaboration between the students and is very, very friendly. Formative assessment are purely online. Online, the question comes for some minutes and then it disappears. But assignments are given in hard copy. So transition is compulsory because of the age factor. Even if you go there and you are 20 years old, you go to the class where the 20 years old are. If you are 50 years old, you go to where the class of 50 people are. Financing. Kenya is trying to catch up. We are happy for that. It is illegal in Sweden. It is completely free. Preschool to that. And students over 16 years are allowed to drive personal vehicles. Private schools are also financed. But I want to go to the last point. There are no school uniforms. Public schools. There are no school uniform in public schools. However, there is a dress code. Even when you talk of uniform, there must be a dress code. And education and discipline, the management is good, and no corporal punishment, that we are doing well. And any child under 16 years without adult over 18 years may lead to arrest. You cannot leave a child in the houses without care of the non. So, human resource, I think that one I'm going to share with it later on. And what we need to do, forget about that is, sorry. I want to go to the last slide. I'm going to share this. Comparatively, America is very good for the young people. And Sweden is also good for the young people. So when you are sending children to America, please guide them well. If they go there and have problems, then it means that they are going to not to adapt the conditions, the laws, and the prosperity of that. So I want to leave at that point because of time that we have. I want to be grateful for that minute that I've already been given. And let us go. I'll share this slide with you so that anything that is going to be there can be given after. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
A round of applause for Dr. Barmage. Thank you. Minister of Interior.
So good morning, principals. Good morning. God is good and all the time. So my name is Jim Nangoge, Director of Fingerprint Services at National Registration Bureau. And I'm here on behalf of the Secretary, who is in charge of the department under the Ministry of State Department of Immigration and Citizen Services. That State Department deals with the registration, and National Registration Bureau is one of the directorate or departments that are under that State Department. So we really partner with teachers or head teachers in registering students before they exit the school. And that is why I am here this wonderful morning to make this brief presentation that I have been assigned about 10 minutes. So I'm glad this morning to meet some of my colleagues we left in 1991 in KU, and we are now meeting as we exit the service. So very briefly, I am going to go through the department, and then I will finish by outlining the roles that the principals hold to facilitate, or as we partner, to issue ID cards to our boys before they leave the secondary school, because it becomes very convenient for them as they go and join other institutions. So National Registration Bureau was established in 1978 to oversee the implementation of the Registration of Persons Act, Cap 107, Rules of Kenya, and the Act provides for the compulsory identification, registration, and issuance of identity cards to all persons who are citizens and who have attained the age of 18 years. The mandate and introduction continues. Maintenance. One of the mandates is to maintain a comprehensive electronic database of all registered Kenyans, foreign nationals, and refugees. Also to issue civil servants cards and staff badges for ministry, departments, and agencies. There is also the production of key security documents, including national certificates and refugee ID cards. And we also have the provision and verification and authentication reports for individuals at authorized institutions. Like in that last mandate, we usually verify those students who lose their certificates before they are issued with other certificates by the Kenya National Examination Council. So NRB governance structure consists of divisions and sections at headquarters. The directorate has operationalized 922. So we are spread throughout the country. And so our services are available at the division level. So we have the region, county, sub-county, division level, and in all Huduma centers. The Registration of Persons Act Cap 107, persons requiring to be registered for national ID required to produce documents in support of age because of the cap that gives us the directive that one must be 18 years. So there is age, names, and citizenship because we must issue an ID card to a citizen. So the documents used in support of the name and age are birth certificate. These are the key documents that we use. We have the school leaving certificates that indicates the year of birth. We have religious cards which have also the year of birth and the name of the parents. And then the documents for proof of citizenship, we have the parents' ID card, and we have certificate of registration as a Kenyan citizen issued by the Directorate of Migration under the Kenya Citizenship and Migration Act. So currently, so far, Kenya has undergone 3 phases of identity cards. We had the first generation, we had the second generation, which I know most of you have, and we are now entering to the phase of that generation, or Maisha card, which we are issuing. Within the Maisha card, those who we are giving at the age of 18 years, they will remain with that number, which is also associated with the birth certificate, and it will also be associated with the death certificates in case one leaves this world. So the rollout of this third generation started in November 2023, and it has the above below objectives: to enhance security features of the ID card, to issue more secure identification document that conforms to best national practice or international practice, and to automate the registration system from end to end, hence improve. The person managing the slide, please, let's go together, yes. To upgrade the current second generation card material from tungsten to polycarbonate, and to launch an identity card document with the chip, which allows user agencies to validate the card and personal data, and to enhance the functionality of the national ID card, integrating the ID database with user agencies. Next slide. And we have a look of, or a feel at the look of that generation ID card, which has a chip, and which is now currently in use. And as you can see, it has a Maisha name. That means the number you are issued with within the birth certificate, you continue with it with the ID card, and it will also be in the death certificates after you terminate your life. Next slide, then registration process. This is where we are now going to collaborate. So we are required to identify identity proofing. We must prove identity. Document examination. We must get the civil data capture, biometric capture, attestation of identity of the applicant by the national government or GAO. So an applicant must be identified by chief, and because we are talking now of partnership with schools, the principals take that role of identifying, because they are able to produce the identification document and to connect the parent to the child or to the student. Next slide. So the State Department of Migration Services implemented a presidential directive on the removal of the vetting process for issuance of national ID cards in border countries. And when that was removed, we introduced the vetting, I mean the identification. This is where it involves recording the fingerprints of the parent so that we can connect it with the fingerprint that is in the database for the existing parent. We have the new legislation guidelines for issuance of national ID cards in border and cosmopolitan counties were developed. The guidelines seek to turn around service delivery and promote equity and efficiency by easing access to identification documents without compromising national security. So this is where now the principals come in and where we partner very well. And as I have said, we have registration officers up to the division level. So it is important that you liaise with them when it comes to the time to register, because we have instructed them to give you the maximum cooperation and to assist so that we also fast track the processing of those ID cards, because in the event the registration is done in schools, we make sure that those ID cards are produced within time so that the students get those ID cards before they close or they finish their exams. So the role of the principals, therefore, is to map all eligible students who have reached the age of 18 years and above for registration, and to liaise with the deputy county registration officers to schedule a date for undertaking the mobile registration exercise. And the principals are the custodians of the students' records, that is our assumption, required for the proof of age, the names during registration, that is birth certificates and school leaving certificates. And they are also assist the county or the deputy county registrars to assist in verifying the students' information, e.g. the parents' names and the copies of the parents' ID. We always like to harmonize the parents' ID with the ID card of the student and even the certificate, because sometimes it brings challenges if there is any discrepancy, and such people may miss opportunities because of any slight discrepancy. So where the supporting documents are not available in school, facilitate communication with the parents for submission of the same prior to the mobile registration exercise. School principals can also assist to authenticate school certificates used for registration of ID cards. Attestation of identity of the applicant in place of National Government Administration officers is hereby now done by the principal, who acts as the chief or the administrative officer. For exceptional cases where maybe there could be issues with the candidate, then the registration cannot be completed, principals are requested to cancel the students and request for guidance from the registration officers. But we do all due diligence to ensure that when we go for mobile registration, we ensure that unless there is a great hindrance, we ensure that we do all the registration. And nowadays, we have life capture kits. So once we come to a school with the life capture kits, the ID cards processing takes about 5 to 7 days. So thank you for listening to me. May God bless you as you continue with the workshop. Thank you.
Can we clap for them? Clap for this ministry for registration. Now, Mwalimu Sako and the presenter for topic number 1 is already in the room. Dr. Ndi is here. And therefore, Mwalimu Sako, I'm giving you 5 minutes. KCB 5 minutes as the presenter prepares to make his presentation. Meanwhile, there's a check that was dropped in this hall yesterday. A check from a school called Ikarage Secondary School, and the check is written in favor of Examora Suppliers. A check from Ikarage Secondary School in favor of Examora Suppliers. It was dropped here. If you found it or if you've seen it, kindly bring it so that we can give it to the rightful owner. Thank you. Mwalimu.
That will move. That will move. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Sami Athman Kivatsi. I'm the Regional Manager, Mwalimu National DT Sako, Coast Region. My presentation is a representation of my CEO, who was supposed to present yesterday, but there was a change of program and he had to fly back for some meeting. So I'm representing my CEO. Mwalimu Sacco currently is 52 years old. In 1974, a group of 11 members sat down and decided they want to come up with a Sacco. And they were only equipped with 75,000 Kenya shillings as their shareholding. Today, 52 years later, Mwalimu National DT Sacco is boasting of 22 physical branches all over the country and 16 satellite branches all over the country. And instead of 11 members 52 years ago, today Mwalimu National DT Sacco has over 176,000 members all over the country with an asset base of 76 billion, which makes it the largest Sacco in Africa and the 7th largest Sacco in the world. So all this is due to you, and therefore I thank you, teachers, for supporting us to be able to get where we are today. Quickly, for you to be able to access our services, we have over 32 outlets, as I say, 22 plus 16 all over Kenya, and we are represented in almost every region in Kenya. You can also access your services using Visa debit card. You may as well have PesaLink, which is uploaded on our mHela, and you will be able to access it. We also have a member portal, and we have the mobile banking, which we call Mwalimu Hela or mHela, that makes life even more comfortable, where you can transact from the comfort of your offices or wherever you are, anytime, any day. We have agency banking, where members can now transact at all the COP kwa jirani in partnership with Cooperative Bank of Kenya. We have a pay bill, which is, I will dwell on this briefly. With this pay bill, if you have a side hustle as a teacher and therefore you need to monitor your transactions, you can subscribe to a pay bill, which for every transaction that your customer pays into your shop, into a kiosk, or into your hotel, for that matter, you are able to view live whatever transaction has been done in a day on your mobile, on your mobile phone. And that is the pay bill 541,900, and then you open a sub account which will enable you to do the transaction. We also have checkbooks for the business people in case you need to pay your suppliers. But what is more exciting is that we have introduced Salo Express, where all those BOM teachers in your schools can now be paid using this platform, Salo Express, and you get live, you stream it live, and we're able to process it within a single day when you forward the file to us through Salo Express. On facilities, I will be very fast. We have Jawabu loan, which you can borrow between 50,000 and 5 million, but your salary has to pass through Mwalimu National DT Sacco, and the tenure is up to 108 months, that's 9 years. We also have senior saver loan. The goodness with Jawabu Sore is that you do not have to look for guarantors. You guarantee yourself using the shares that you have with us. On senior saver loan, Again, also, you do not have to look for guarantors. If you have saved, you are a senior saver, you've saved at least 1 million shillings with us. We don't need your payslip, we don't need guarantors. We do not subject you to a third rule, and you can borrow up to 15 million Kenyan shillings from Mwalimu National DT Sacco. On fixed deposit and the money market, this is where the excitement gets better. Our money market has, in form of fixed deposit, has the highest fixed deposit rate in the land, if not among the best, where we give you from between 6% per annum on your money that you have placed with us, up to 13.5% per annum. I want you to do a research. Go to any bank anywhere in Kenya. Ask how much when you place 10 million. Maximum 10 million or probably 15 million. And whether they'll give you anything above 7 or 8%. Then come to us and tell me you lied to us. This is one of the best rates you can ever find in this land. Please take advantage, senior members. Please take advantage, principals of this good nation. We do not only deal in financials, we also have social empathy. Whenever one of our members has been met with a predicament, maybe they have lost a dear one, the Sacco, Mwalimu National DT Sacco, usually gives pole or a token of condolence of between 15,000 shillings to 60,000 shillings, depending on who has passed on in your family. And then we encourage you to put a claim, where with that claim, our insurance partner usually pays you between 40,000 and 120,000, depending on who has been met with that predicament. I am winding up by saying, besides these few services and products that I've mentioned, we also have insurance, medical insurance for the senior citizen, and we also have properties that we are selling. So in the event you want to invest and you want to buy a property, or you want to cover yourself at this senior level, kindly visit our branch. Kindly visit our tent outside, our tent outside, which is next to KCB, behind KCB, and you will get more information on what we can offer. With those few remarks, I would like to thank you again for supporting Mwalimu DT Sacco, and I wish and pray that whenever you think of financial solution, please think Mwalimu National DT Sacco. Asanteni sana, mubarikiwe.
A clap for Mwalimu Sacco once more. As we prepare for the presentation by Dr. David Lee, KCB. 5 minutes. As Madam moves forward with your presenter, so that they stick to 5 minutes.
Good morning, teachers. Good morning. My name is Dr. Livingston Makori. I'm head of sales and business development at KCB. I'm here with my colleague Kezia. We'll take you through what we do through KCB Bank Assurance and what KCB is doing to support your business. As we wait for the slide to come up, I want to appreciate all the teachers here, including my principal. Principal Yonde, I believe, is in this call. He made sure I went to school. So thank you very much for the good work you do. I want to take you through what we do in terms of insurance. While at KCB, if you go to any of our KCB branches, you'll find a desk written KCB Bank Assurance. Why are we doing insurance? We've realized that we understand your needs better. For the last 130 years we have been in this business, we have walked with you the journey, and we are here to protect you. So what KCB Bank Assurance does is to work with insurance companies, find the right solutions for you, and then curate them for your purposes. So why should you buy insurance from KCB? We have 229 branches across the country. Wherever you go there, you'll find a service. We have very innovative solutions. I'll be able to share with you what we do. We also customize solutions to your needs. We also have a dedicated team. If you come to KCB, we have 415 insurance experts across our branches who are able to give you guidance. They have been also certified by IRA. So we have a team to do that for you. Wherever you have a claim, you can get it sorted from any branch across the country. So what do we do in KCB Bank Assurance? We look at your financial wellness in wholeness. So we look at your insurance, we look at your savings, how you can manage your taxes, healthcare, retirement planning. A very good journey we need to talk about. And then map around the risk that you face around those journeys as you move on. I want to talk about the school. With the rising cases of fires and the risks we face as a school, KCB has curated a solution for schools. So coming to KCB, you'll be able to get a very comprehensive insurance cover for your school bus, school van. You'll be able to insure your properties against fire, theft. We've also included an extension for political violence and terrorism. All of us seated here understand what's going on today as we commemorate the Gen Z demonstrations. Whatever resultant risks that come out of that, the cover is fully compliant. Again, without forgetting students, our learners, who we cover on their personal accident. Other than looking at the school as a whole, we also look at teachers. A teacher is not only a teacher, but a member of the community. You have a car as a principal. You have a pension plan you are planning. We are there to support you. We have a group funeral expense. And we mentioned this at the end of the session. Some of us are running business. I have my livestock. I have a business I'm running. We have comprehensive insurance for your business. For any other business you'll be running, you have a school maybe. You have a house. You have your phone. Those are covered under our domestic package. For those of us who farm and feed the nation, we have insurance for that. Allow me to mention some few of them. One of the key areas we have taken time to look at is on medical insurance. We all believe your wealth is your health and your health is your wealth, either way. So I understand the government has given you medical cover, but it may not be adequate to cover some few phases of life. Sometimes you may need medical cover for dependents who are not covered. So KCB has curated a suite of products to fit all segments of the product. Be it those of us who want to go to lower end hospitals, be it those who want to go to, we have a Simba Afia product for you. For families and businesses, we have Simba Health for them. Be it for children, that you have a grandchild whom you need to cover. The parent may not be working or the parent is out of the country. You can be able to pay medical insurance cover for that child only. We have Simba Senior for seniors. Once you reach the age of 65 all the way to 100, most of the time insurance will start considering you as a big risk. Within our customer base of 32 million, we've been able to select benefits that are fit for our senior citizens. So as you plan to exit employment for those who are retiring soon, or you have a father, a mother, a grandparent who needs a medical cover, then come to KCB Bank Assurance. Specifically for this product, we even allow treatment in India and South Africa, which gives you an array of solutions. For those of us who travel, we have international medical cover, and we have even a medical cover for principals only. So very comprehensive. The other big risk we face as schools is investing. One of the reasons why we are seated, all of us here, is because we went to school and we recognize the work you did. So KCB has KCB Elimisha. Again, when we are investing for our young people, cost of school fees is going up, higher education. So you can be able to invest through KCB Elimisha Plus, which gives you added advantage of tax exemption, gives you tax relief, and again gives you a life cover. So we have all those solutions with us. I'll want to mention about something we don't like talking about, but really it happens for us. At one point or another, we encounter a number of costs that come with losing one of us. It could be a teacher amongst us. It could be a family member of a teacher. And at that point, we find ourselves going to comfort them. So we have huge costs coming from burial rights, buying clothes, and even feeding mourners. So our KCB last expense policy comes in handy. This one you can do for as a principals, you can do as a school, you can do for family, you can do for mother-in-law, father-in-law, and we have extended those whom God has blessed with more than one spouse so that you are able to cover all of them. Finally, in our Elimisha policy, as you speak to parents who want to invest, refer them to KCB. KCB is able to provide for you. Should you need a long-term investment in terms of endowment, we have those solutions for you. How then do you reach us? You can reach us through the contacts on the screen. Our team of salespeople will be coming to your branches and they come to your schools. Again, you can reach us through our branches. Finally, we are if you have the KCB mobile app, you can buy your motor vehicle insurance, you can buy your last expense, and you can even buy a student PA for a child going for internship. Thank you very much. I want to hand over this to Kezia to pick it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Livingston, Dr. Livingston. And since I'd already been introduced, let me go to the presentation. I'm going to take us through mortgage. The mortgage product that we have. And today our focus is on the principals themselves and individuals. So for the mortgage, it's okay. For the mortgage, I can say that as KCB, we have a total of 200 branches which offer mortgage solutions across the country. And we also have presence in Tanzania, Uganda, and South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, and DRC. Our mortgage division started as a standalone subsidiary, previously named as S&L, which was acquired by KCB in 1972. So in 2010, that is when the mortgage division was brought back to KCB, and that is why we are able to offer all our solutions through our network branches. And this solution nowadays, it's not limited on the S&L branches only. So what is a mortgage? Basically, a mortgage is a financing option to help us acquire properties, be it plot purchase, be it a ready built house, be it a unit within an apartment, and also construction. So what is the benefit of mortgage to us as employees? Mortgage helps us to realize our own dreams to have homes. And the interest rates charged within mortgage is usually favorable because it's usually way below the market rates. The appraisal fee is also negotiated under mortgages to ensure that all of us have access to owning our own houses. And the loan repayments are long. I know for the personal solutions that we have, the repayment goes to around 132 months. But under mortgage, we consider up to 20 and even 25 years. For the advantage of taking a mortgage vis-a-vis using the other facility to own up a home, you have a tax relief when you are servicing a mortgage. For the plot purchase, the period is limited for 10 years. For the civil servants, we have a house mortgage scheme fund with the Ministry of Housing, where we are able to offer 4% for all the civil servants, and the maximum period is 20 years, and this one is subject to the retirement period of 60 years. The appraisal fee under the government civil servant mortgage, it's waived, it's at 0%. It's also good to mention that we do 90% under the civil servant mortgage scheme. We also have another affordable option to allow us own our houses and also our homes. And this is the KMRC affordable package for residential units. For KMRC, under affordable housing, we only buy residential units, not commercial units. And for residential units, we do not finance plot purchase. We finance either ready-built house or we finance apartments within units within apartments, and we also finance constructions for those who already have properties. So the maximum period under the affordable housing package is 25 years, and it's still subject to the number of years remaining for retirement. For outright purchase and also for construction. For outright purchase, what do we imply? We imply that the house is already ready, so for you it's just going to see the house. If you are convinced that that is the unit that you want to purchase, you buy it outrightly. And for construction, you have a property and you want to construct that property. So under the two options, we finance 1 or 5%. And I know the question that might come to our mind, why 1 or 5% and we only need 100%? 1 or 5% because we understand that when you are procuring a house or a unit within an apartment, you need the other costs that are related. The costs include valuation fees and also legal fees. And on this, we are able to give you a relief by financing slightly over 100% so that you can be able to acquire these properties. For the KMRC mortgage, we have a campaign that is running on course currently. The rate has been at 9.5%, but considering that we have a campaign that we are running currently, we have discounted the rate further to 8.9%. And the appraisal fee, I know the market rate is 3%, but under the affordable housing mortgage scheme, we are giving at 1.5%. So the products I've already mentioned earlier is house purchase, construction, plot and construction for residential units. It's good for us to know that under the affordable housing mortgage scheme, we do not finance plot only. If you are doing a plot, then you should be doing a plot plus constructions at the same time. But under the previous scheme for the civil servant, we can finance plot, construct, and also purchase ready units. For the incomes to be considered under the affordable housing mortgage scheme, we look at your salary, and we also understand that most of us are entrepreneurs. So we can be able to combine the incomes and lend to you under the affordable housing. The other scheme that we have under civil servant, we base purely on the salary. The term, I've already spoken to it, so I'll not dwell so much on it. But for the security, mortgage has a higher upper hand because it's self-securing. If you are doing a house, that house is going to secure itself. If you are doing a plot, that plot is going to secure itself. If you are doing a unit within an apartment, it's going to secure itself. So you will not need to provide to us any additional security for you to be able to access all the mortgage options that are available. I've already spoken to this. The only one that I'm going to speak to is the equity release. You might be having a house that is ready or maybe a property that is developed and you want to get money against that property. You can still speak to us and we'll be able to give you an equity release. We'll be able to release the property that you've given us and we give you money to do construction-related projects that you have. We can also take over mortgage facilities from other institutions, and we can also be able to finance off-plan and ongoing. But for the off-plan plans, for the off-plan financing, it's important for us to know that we'll be able to approve the facility, but we cannot be able to progress until the unit is fully complete. for the legal process. So that is important for us to note under the off-plan financing. The minimum requirements, we need a recommendation letter from employer. We need 3 latest payslips. We need the bank statements, KRA, and I'll not dwell so much on the other requirements for the interest of time, but you can visit our tent at KCB, then we'll be able to take you through detailed on what is required for you to be able to acquire a home or a house. For construction cases, it's good I speak to it, but for details, you can still visit us for us to be able to take you through. We need approved plans. We need approved structural drawings. That is for multiple units. If you are doing a bungalow, you don't need the structural drawing. The structural drawing and the BQ is sufficient for us. And also for the bungalows, we don't need the NCA. So you only need the NCA when you are doing maisonettes or multiple units. The cycle, I think we always have a lot of questions, and we've gotten a lot of questions within our booth, and it's good I just take you through the mortgage cycle. It's a bit longer than the normal personal loans facilities that we have, and the average process takes about 2 months. For us to be able to give you disbursement will take about 7 days, and then for the conveyance process, because it's a purchase and it involves various parties, it will take between 1 to 60 days depending on the registry that you are dealing with. And then we'll give you an offer letter, and we'll be able to also do valuation, just like I'd spoken to. And then the process is slightly longer. It might take a minimum of 2 months for you to be able to acquire that property. But depending on the registry and the process within that registry, this period can be shorter than the 60 days. At this, I want to say thank you very much, and you are welcome to our tent at KCB, so that we can take you through the exciting products that we have for you. Thank you, and asante sana.
A better clap for KCB. Now I want to usher in the session chair for the next presentation. Nancy Kinyua is the chairperson, KESHA, Nakuru County, to take us through. Madam Kinyua.
Our session chair, Dr. David D. Allow me to ride on the protocols already established in this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. God is good, and all the time. Yeah, I'm humbled this morning to stand here and introduce our facilitator for this session. That is Dr. David D. He's the chairperson of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. In the role, he serves as the principal advisor to the President on economic policies and leads to the team responsible for steering the delivery of the President's economic transformation. Dr. D brings over 30 years of experience in economic policy, research, and advisory work. His experience includes the NAC Administration Economic Recovery Strategy, Task Force serving as a public finance expert to the Kenya Constitutional Review Committee of Experts. That is how vast Dr. D has and the knowledge that he has. He's also advisor to the President of Rwanda, as well as consulting for international development, finance institutions, and leading corporations across East Africa. He holds a doctorate and a master's degree from the University of Oxford, as well as master's degree and undergraduate degree from University of Nairobi. He's a Rhodes Scholar and Anson Howe Fellow. I want to take this opportunity, knowing that Doctor will be able to take us through this topic, sustainable financing of education in Kenya, whereby we'll look at balancing access, equity, and quality in education. I don't want to take much time, but I want all of us to rise up and welcome him with what we call the Obama clap. In Obama clap, you clap until he tells us to stop. We're expecting so much from him. I know we shall get an insight of that. Let us all rise and welcome him with the Obama clap, and then he'll tell us when to stop. Like this. Welcome, sir. Let's clap until he tells us to stop. You say thank you, thank you, thank you. Continue until he says thank you, thank you, thank you.
Asanteni sana. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that glowing introduction. I was trying to recognize myself in the introduction. I am very honored to speak to the leaders in education, the most important sector of our society, because it is the one which molds us and into what we become. We all have gone through your hands as students and pupils, and we really appreciate. I think there is no person who has gone through education who does not appreciate their teachers. I want to speak to you not just as teachers, but as opinion leaders in society on matters of education, finance. And as a teacher also, my objective today is to take you a bit out of your comfort zones, from your day-to-day job of teaching and leading schools to some of the more fundamental questions that we need to speak to and think about when we talk about education, financing, and hopefully also recognize some of the social type of challenges that, because then we'll see that education is very fundamental, not just in molding individuals, but also in the structure of society. I will begin with, as we economists and policy wonks, as we are called, like to do, I will begin with some facts, a set of numbers. We call that policy, evidence-driven policy making. So what are the facts of education financing? Then a bit of theory on the economics of education, which is the foundation of making policy. You've got facts, you've got a theory, and then you ask yourself, when you put your facts to the theory, where does it lead you in terms of policy? So once I've done that, I will make some suggestions. But from the facts, I will then do that a little bit by telling a story. So let me start with just a few facts. They are not they're very, very high level numbers about the state of education financing and where it's headed and why thinking about sustainability is important. If you look at the numbers there are two charts, both the same numbers. One is the total education spending in the economy, and the other one breaks the same numbers into private and public. So we can see in 2024, we spent almost R1 trillion shillings on education, up from about 580 billion, 5 years previously. So over the last 5 years, education spending, what money we spend of education has gone up by 400 billion. It's almost doubled. The other fact is that if you look at that growth, while government spending is growing quite a bit and it gets a lot of the attention, perhaps get most of the attention, what the private spending has grown faster. So the share of private spending is actually increasing. Government is spending more, yes, but in fact, it is not spending nearly enough. Private spending, which is obviously households, families, are spending a lot more. There is a bit of public spending also in what we put as private spending, because some of the spending in the form of bursaries by CDF and things like that are not fully captured in the public spending. What we have in public spending is mostly what is spent by national government, the national government. So, if we are saying last year government spent 600 billion shillings and families spent another 300 billion shillings, and that number for households, in particular private spending, has actually tripled, while the overall has doubled, you can see that the challenge of financing education is going to continue, is uphill. Specifically, if you look at tertiary education, you do secondary teaching and then you release these young people, most of them want to go on and do go on to tertiary education, and we want all of them to go to tertiary education if possible. We are projecting enrollment in tertiary education to go up. This year, 600,000 universities, 600,000 about in TVET, so 1.2 billion. And by 2030, sorry, that number is 2930, not 2020. That number we expect to go to 2 million people, students in tertiary education, the ones you are releasing from secondary schools. The financing requirement, the public financing requirement of that this year is projected about 114 billion. And in 5 years' time, in 4 years' time, that will double. Is projected to 230 billion shillings. So those are the facts about the requirements of higher education, tertiary education financing. Of course, our resources, both public and private, are not growing at this rate. The revenue of the government is not growing at this rate, and household incomes are not growing at this rate. So it means that education at this rate is going to be taking a bigger and bigger share of both the public purse as well as private purse. Now, what is driving these expenditure and requirements for financing education? It is not a mystery. The reason why our education expenditure is rising is because of the structure of our population. That's our population pyramid. If you look at it, you can see the cohorts at the bottom are very large. This shouldn't surprise you. If you look at the cohort which is now in secondary school at age 15 to 19, that cohort is upwards of 7 million people. If you look at the cohort behind it, which is in primary school, 10 to 14, what we are now calling sort of maybe junior secondary, it's almost or another 7 point something. And so the numbers that are going to be coming up the system are very, very big numbers. If you look at the people who are working, the cohorts which are working, they are not as large. So the challenge we have is one of a very bottom-heavy population, which we call, we are increasingly referred to as a youth bulge. And you hear us talking about the youth bulge a lot. The first challenge where you have the youth bulge you have is financing education. And the second challenge of that youth bulge is creating jobs. This is a normal or increasingly normal demographic dynamic. I thought it's a good idea to show how that evolves so that we don't begin to start talking about birth control and family planning and why are people having so many children. It is not that people are having too many children. There are many other things going on, but this is how it evolved. This is where we are today with the youth bulge. But as countries develop, the fertility rate declines, and that youth bulge, you have a demographic transition. The one I have on the right is South Korea. So 30 or so years ago, South Korea looked like us. But now if you look at South Korea, their youth bulge has disappeared. They have very few children. The bulk of that population is working. Yeah, is now in the workforce stage of life. And that very soon, South Korea, like Europe and Japan, will actually begin to struggle with an aging population. Because that population will age, they will retire, but there are no workers replacing them because there are fewer children at the bottom. And then you start having the opposite problem of a declining workforce and economic stagnation, as you see, for example, has happened to Japan and is increasingly the prospect in Europe. So this is a transitional demographic situation that we are facing, but that does not make it any less of a challenge. The beauty about it is if you get it right and you educate these youth bulge and you equip them with skills, then you get a large workforce and that drives your economy. That's what happened, the Koreans did. If, on the other hand, that you are unable to educate them, then instead of that youth bulge giving you a demographic dividend, as we call it, it becomes a demographic nightmare. It becomes a demographic bomb because you have young people supposedly educated because they have to go to school, but because they have consumed all the resources. Yeah, they have consumed a big share of your investable resources. You did not have the resources to invest in the other things, infrastructure and industry, to create jobs. So, if you look at it at a family level, it is like a family sacrificing everything to educate its children, including maybe selling a piece of land and cattle. Then the children are educated, there are no jobs, and there is nothing left in the family to support them because you sold them to invest in education. That can happen at the national level as well. Yeah? And you invest so heavily in education, so yes, You have an educated but frustrated population because it consumed all the resources. You could not invest in the infrastructure and in the industrial capital that would employ that population. So you don't want to have that situation. But that is a prospect of the situation that we face. Now, my last set of facts is economics of education, and it is just research findings. Two sets of research findings broadly. I believe there will be some teachers of economics here, so I have a bit of colleagues who may unpack this to those who are not. But basically, like any other investment, it is possible to quantify the returns to education. What do you get in return for investing in education? The long and short of it is that education is a very high return investment. I'm preaching to the choir. Yeah? Education is a very high return investment. The table at the top, I hope you can see it, it shows a global study, global numbers. And these numbers, it doesn't matter when you do it, you will get more or less the same numbers. And you break down to private and social returns. Because education gives the person a social return, a private return, because you earn an income from it. But it also contributes to society beyond the person's education. So if you think about a teacher, the private return is your salary and your earnings. The social return is what education you impart to others. If you think about a doctor, the private return is what they earn from practicing medicine. And of course, the social return is huge because they keep population healthy and save lives. You can't even quantify what that is. Typically, studies by economists find that primary education has not very high private returns. There's a bit of a challenge with the data there, which is given in the international data, but because it's got a problem with some of the countries, misclassified. But typically, private returns will be lower for primary, higher a bit for secondary, and very high for tertiary education. Social returns relative to private returns, in other words, primary education will have high social returns relative to private. In other words, if you take a person who only gets primary education, it may not increase their earnings very much. For example, if they are doing manual work, like milking cows or working in Mjengo, the employer will not pay a standard 4 person less than a standard 8 person. Yeah? And if you are milking cows, it doesn't matter the level of education. The amount of milk the cow will produce is the same. If you are at a Mjengo, it doesn't matter if you are doing manual work. What matters is your physical energy. As you go higher, then the private returns for education increase. But primary level education has very high social returns because a citizen with primary education is a much better citizen than an illiterate one. So if you think about mothers, one of the places where you get very good evidence is that mothers with primary education and illiterate mothers with primary education have a much lower infant mortality. Children of mothers with primary education have a higher survival rate than the children of illiterate parents. It's not difficult to see why. Because they are more enlightened. Yeah? They can know when to take the child for vaccination, stuff like that. An illiterate person may not. A totally illiterate person will be out there raiding cattle, but one who has at least primary education will sort of be socialized differently. So that's what you mean by the fact that primary has sort of high social returns. It's very important, even if people don't go further than primary, that you have an illiterate population generally. It makes for a better society, even if they continue to do the manual work that can be done by illiterate people. But as you go up, the private returns increase. It doesn't mean that the social returns are low. In fact, they are very high. But now there is a bit more balance, that the private returns are also high. Now, the second table, and you can see in the social returns of primary, average in the world 17.5%, secondary 12%, tertiary 10%. In terms of social returns, if you ignore the private, what do you call it? Private returns, you can see that that's at the global level 15 and 15.8. When we come to Kenya in terms of private returns, the first study is by the World Bank, the second one is by Kipra. Sorry, I think I did not quite get the table for Kenya, or it got lost somewhere. But when you come to, let me hope I can find it so that I can cite the numbers. I think something happened to my table when it was being translated so that it can be put on the screen. Yep, I have some numbers for Kenya, where the private returns to primary education is 8%, the private returns to secondary education is 17%, and the private returns to university education is 33%. Yeah, so you can see why people will sell their land to send kids to university. Because if the return to university education is 32%, real estate cannot give you 32% return on education. So some parent will prefer to sell a piece of land and send their kid to education because the support by those children is probably more dependable than expecting the returns that you're going to earn from a few rental houses hapo kwa duka. So that is, but there is a policy implications for that. So I want you to put that at the back of your mind because there are policy implications on what these numbers actually mean. The relative value in terms of private and public returns, or what you call social returns to education, has a bearing on what I'm now going to say. There you go, sorry. Yeah. So I am now going to make suggestions around three things emanating from that data. One is to do with secondary school education. The other one is to do with examinations. And the other one is to do with tertiary education financing. And I'm going to do that by starting with a personal story. So, when I was an undergraduate student, I got a scholarship to do a summer semester at a university in Germany. I was a German studies student, partly. So I went to spend 2 months at the Foreign Language Institute of the University of Hamburg in West Germany. Now, West Germany means that this was before the unification of Germany. There was West and East Germany. So it's a while back. In fact, it was the year before the fall of the Berlin Wall, 1988. It fell in 1989. I was there in the summer of 88. So I got to see what you might call a natural experiment of communism or socialism and capitalism. It was very stark. I don't know how many of you have ever that experience. So you are driving to Berlin, which is in East Germany, on the Autobahn, as they call their superhighways, with the German cars that you are familiar with, Mercedes and Ferraris and BMWs, driving at speeds you can't believe. And on the East German road, next to it, there's a fence. You can't get out from the Autobahn. And on the East German roads alongside is a little two-stroke engine car known as a Trabant. It was the only car in East Germany. The only difference was colors. If you Google Trabant, you will see how Trabants look like. And put a Trabant next to a Mercedes 450. So that was one country, one society, two different systems. Yeah? It is very memorable. You cannot forget it. But that was not, for me, the biggest revelation. The biggest revelation was that I stayed at a hostel. Now, student hostels in Germany at the time, it may still be the case, it is the case in many countries, are owned by local governments, like the county government today or the city council. And they are shared by any student, tertiary student, who is studying in that city. So I was at the University of Hamburg. Some of the other students in my hostel were from the local polytechnic. Some were even from doing their A-levels called Abitur. And you all go to school and come back to the hostel in the evening. The thing which struck me is how German students lived. This was then probably the wealthiest country in the world. The students woke up early in the morning, went into the kitchen, made themselves packed lunch, put it on their bicycles, and went off to school. They came in late in the evening because after school they had a part-time job. So then they made themselves dinner and went to bed and woke up again. Packed their sandwiches, hit their bikes, went to school, trying to keep your expenses down. Now, I reflected on my life as a University of Nairobi student from a developing country, a very poor country, the other end of the scale. We lived in the university hostels. We had people employed to clean our rooms. We had 3-course meals at CCU. We even paid the cleaners extra money to wash and iron our clothes. And I was dumbfounded. How is it that a poor country can afford to pamper its students, and the wealthiest country in the world, where everything else is so advanced, their students are having to live very frugally? It has made me question our systems, not just of education. Of course, that was probably as much education as I got from my degree. To begin to question, what is the nature of our social systems? And why are we like that? I didn't get an answer until about 5 years later. Finished, graduated, did my master's as was mentioned, worked for a couple of years. Then I went to study for my doctorate at the University of Oxford in England. When I got to the University of Oxford, that is when the light bulb was my light bulb moment. Because Oxford University, of course, the most elite university in the UK, one of the top 3 or 4 in the world at any point in time. And of course, at the peak of the British Empire, it was clearly the citadel, not just of education elite. Oh, sorry, my thing sat on. So, of course, there the story is the same. You live in a university hostel, you've got people to clean it for you. You look at the undergraduate students, they have come from what British call public schools, which are actually private boarding schools. Yeah, they've come from Eton and Harrow and rugby school. They are very spoiled. Yeah. You even see it in their politics. Some of the characters, colorful characters like Boris Johnson, who was the president of the Oxford Union, which is the most elite undergraduate kind of club in the UK. So I got to see something called a class system. That is when the penny dropped where we got our education system from. We inherited a class system. It is a system which is structured for a class society. The working class people only get basic secondary education because they are going to work in the mines and other places anyway. The middle class, lower middle class, go to polytechnics and professional colleges because that is their station in life. They got to work in banks as clerks and all sorts of things, technicians. They go to polytechnics. And the creme de la creme go to universities. The upper middle class go to universities, ordinary universities in the UK. We used to call them derogatorily red brick universities because they are fairly new and therefore they are built of red bricks. And the creme de la creme, the 0.1% go to Oxford and Cambridge because those are the ones who are going only end up at the top of government, foreign service, and maybe the financial sector, the city. And that's exactly what we copied. It's a system which eliminates people because the people required at the top are very few. So, you get to that point, you are channeled to your station. You get to the next level, you are channeled to your station. You get to the next level, only the few, and of course, the people who remain at the top, the higher you go, the fewer the people, the more the resources that are spent on them. So, when I was in university, the total university public enrollment was 2,000 people per cohort across 3 universities, Nairobi, Kenyatta, and Moi, which was new. Today, I believe the total enrollment of we have the numbers here. The annual cohort is, I believe, 100,000, but we have there 600,000 enrollment. And we are trying to do for 600,000 a system that is designed for the top 0.1%. So we did not, once we tried to break down that class structure, I don't know that we tried, but we then, because our society is not historically a class system, people don't accept it. People expect social mobility from all levels. So they are trying to get the same status, to acquire the same status, and you have the same resources. So you end up with a system where you cannot sustain the structure. And this challenge actually starts with secondary schools. The secondary schools you lead. Because, and that's what brings me to the point about how do you then discriminate? How do you decide who gets the privilege and who doesn't? In Britain, it's your class. And class is a stronger, believe you me, class is a stronger identity than tribe. So when I lived in the UK long enough and I was walking down the main street, I could tell you working class, lower middle class, upper middle class. There are no aristocrats on the street, but in the university, you can tell that one looks like aristocracy. Of course, if you see their name, you will know because they usually have a hyphen or some other cultural markers that if you haven't lived there long enough, you will not understand. So they have a class system. They can sustain it even though even there it is breaking down. Continental Europe broke it down. But in our case, because you do not have the class structure and you probably couldn't use class, what we use is examination. We say it's a meritocracy. So we use an examination at the age of 12. I don't know what the age is now, but I was 12 when I sat my CPE. At the age of 12, you decide whether you end up in alliance or what we are now calling in our administration the polling center school. Did you go to alliance or you went to the polling center? Apple school, which is not known because it doubles up as a polling center during elections. So at the age of 12 or 13 or 14, we have a lottery. And that lottery then determines whether you join the route to the top of the social pyramid or whether you go sideways. And you want to ask yourself whether an examination at the age of 12 can actually be considered a meritocracy, especially since the resources that are available for every student are not the same. It is not a level playing field. Yeah? So what do parents do? They invest a lot of resources to send their kids to academies, cram schools, so that you can jump this hurdle. Then 4 years later, I don't know how many years it's going to be now, a couple of years later, you have another lottery. And that determines again whether you go up or sideways. So that is why we want to put these students in some, institutionalize them, so that they can spend all their time preparing for that examination so that they can win the lottery. Yeah? And it puts a lot of pressure on them. It is not the natural place to grow up. That's not what teenagers ordinarily would be doing. If you go to places in other countries where they don't have this sort of system, if you go to the United States, for example, everybody, or even in continental Europe, everybody goes to their local high school. And you finish your local high school in the United States, for example, you do not sit an exit exam which determines whether you go up or sideways. You graduate from high school. So no one passes or fails. You graduate from high school. Now, whether you go up now depends on a different process. You now have to apply to universities. And in some countries, I think again the United States, you sit an entry exam. You sit SAT, some universities actually have other requirements, but everybody is eligible. So they say, if you want to go to Harvard, you have to be in the top 1% of the SATs that you sat. If you want to go to your local community college, even the 50% percentile is sufficient. And you can resit. If for bad luck, something you are not very well prepared, you fell sick, you can resit your SAT if you think you are better. So you sit an entry exam, but you graduate from high school. Here we decide, depending on the number of places we have at the next level, we then rank you. You go up, and we cut off. It's arbitrary. If we have 10,000 places, the pass mark is here. If we have 20, the pass mark comes down. The pass mark has nothing to do with performance. It has to do with the number of places available at the next level. Because we are trying to panel-beat ourselves into a class system. And in a class system is a pyramid. Yeah, it gets narrower at the top. So, and that's the connection between the cost, the system, examinations. So the question we want to ask is, if you want to have an equitable system, how should it look? Since we are not a class society, we don't want a class society. If we want to have an equitable system is one which gives every learner the same opportunity. It's a level playing field. Now, where do we level? Either everyone goes to alliance, so we have to have alliances all over, or everybody goes to the polling station. So which is possible? Alliance or polling station? That is the big question of education finance. Because as I said, if you look at the share of private education expenditure is going up faster than the public. Why? Because if there aren't enough places in alliance, and the people don't want their kids to go to polling station and go sideways, what do? The private market comes in. So you see an expansion of private alliances everywhere. And a lot more resources go into education because what they are financing is not performance. It's a rat race. What we are financing is a rat race. Because if we, as we believe and as we all have experienced, if ability is normally distributed and you had equal opportunity and you did a fair exam, you would have a national bell curve in which the school you went to, if you put it in a model, would be not a significant variable. If you did that today, which would be the most significant variable in that equation? The school. Should the school be the most significant variable? No. So a lot of the resources that we are spending to finance this rat race, we want to ask ourselves, should we really be spending it? I would like to submit, it is not an easy thing to do. Why? because that rat race confers social status. And that is our default setting as a species. As a species, we are hardwired for a hierarchical society where people are status seeking. So it works for those at the top of the ladder. They will not want that ladder to go down. They want it to stay up. That's why people fight affordable housing. That is why people fight things which seem to be uplifting the people at the bottom, because you are closing the gap in terms of status. So, if you say that all secondary schools should be equal, nobody will disagree with you in principle, because it is not morally justifiable to do so. But they will fight it. People will fight it. So what do? My own sense is, the way to achieve this is not necessarily to dismantle the system as immediately, but we must uplift those schools at the bottom. We must uplift those schools at the bottom until people are indifferent to ask, why should I institutionalize my child where they are now living even in the school? You have status seeking within the school, because it is not a natural place for people to grow up. That's not, we don't ban day schools. True? We don't ban day schools. We ban boarding schools. So there's something about that boarding thing that is doing something wrong. I don't know, there must be teachers of literature here who will have read or taught William Golding's Lord of the Flies. If you haven't, and I suggest that you buy it on your way home and make it your reading. Because it will illuminate a lot about why we might be experiencing it's human nature. There's some aspect of human nature that will drive even children to the kind of behavior we are seeing. As a spoiler, at the ending of the story in the Lord of the Flies, the children burn the forest. So the problem we have then is that if you then say that you want to dismantle a system on which people are invested because their social status is dependent on it, people will not willingly abolish that rat race. Any reform of a class system, dismantling a class structure in any society, is arguably the source of most violence in human history. And we don't want to go that route. But if we don't, if you look at the two things that now are become the drivers of that access, we say it is an exam and we say it is fair, but the truth is it isn't fair. I want to talk about abolishing exams. It isn't fair. And the second criteria is, even if the other criteria is means, because we say even if you don't have the means, you can go to that school. But we know what happens. Because the boarding costs are out of reach for even kids who would have passed. Then they are asked to go, they are invited to Alliance or another school. The boarding school is hundreds of thousands. Of course, they can't afford. What do? They go to the polling station school. Who takes their place? A child of somebody with more means. So what then happens? 90% of the students from Alliance go to university. Only 2 students, even if from the polling station school. So what happens to that child who could have gone to Alliance and couldn't afford? They go sideways, and what do they have? Resentment. So the more and more of them that are going sideways because of a system that is rigged against the poor or rigged for the well-off under the guise of meritocracy is giving them the short end of the stick every time. So, as the numbers get more and you can't have as many alliances, and there are more and more students going to the polling station and failing, what are you creating? You are creating a class society where you have now what we economists call and anthropologists call the intergeneration transmission of inequality. Those at the bottom stay at the bottom. Those at the top stay at the bottom. And now status becomes not earned, but inherited. Once status becomes inherited, that becomes a very difficult society to change. The only way to change that society is revolution. And if you look at our society, you can see some elements of that crystallizing. So, it is not just about financing of education. It is also about socio-dynamics. What kind of socio-dynamics is the education system creating? The examination elimination method and the status schools. What kind of system is it creating? So, besides uplifting, the one way of uplifting, or in my view, I want to suggest, a necessary part of uplifting the schools at the bottom is the elimination of exit exams. I don't mean elimination of exams, but I mean the exam that you sit being the determinant of whether you go sideways or upwards. You can sit the exam, you can tell you have graduated from high school, irrespective of which high school. This is your level. And I believe CBC is beginning to move in that direction. But that is not your university entry ticket. If you want to go to university, you sit a university entry exam. If you get in the top percentile, you go to the best courses, the most competitive. If you are in the sort of second percentile, you go to the next course that qualifies you. If you are in the third percentile, you go to TVET. But now it is on ability. And you are leveling the playing field because you can even give yourself time. Say, because I went to the polling station school, I need an extra year to prepare because I believe I can study medicine. But in my polling station school, I couldn't have studied because I was taken to a different stream because the school just didn't have the resources to have the science labs and all those sort of things. So there must be an intermediate stage there which gives people a chance so that we can purge the inherited legacy of privileges and disadvantage and create a space there for those to be corrected. I know South Africa is doing that, so we can learn from them. They inherited a similar system, and they try to have some affirmative action. You need affirmative action kind of interface so that it can correct for some of the structural distortions, since we cannot wake up one day and say we have abolished the status schools. So that over time, the parents who are going to the private academies, the private alliances, begin to realize it's not worth it. Because when it came to going to medical school, the kids from Wajir went qualified just as well as my child for who I have spent $1 million shillings in some academy. Only then will this rat race, the premium for the rat race happen, and the resources that are going into that rat race can go into more productive uses, like investment in actual creation of jobs, other than trying to win that lottery so that you can buy status. Because what you're doing is buying status, not buying achievement. So that's our food for thought on how it is that we can. So the roots of our sustainability problem is deeper than just looking at numbers. Finally, when you get to tertiary now, how do you level the playing field? Because if you look at the numbers I showed here, the demand for tertiary, as those kids come up, we are talking about 2 million. We will hit 5 million students in tertiary education very soon. Can the public purse pay for it? If it continues, it will pay for nothing else. And you know it's very hard to deny education money. But then you will be paying for education and then they come out and they have no jobs. How far away will we be from revolution? Not very far. So we must find a solution. And the solution lies in the economics that I referred to. If the private returns for education, higher tertiary education, are in the range of 30%, surely, if you have an investment that's going to earn you 30%, you should be able to finance it. If you are told that by the guys who are speaking here that if you build these apartments, if you took them a project with a 30% return, they will finance it. True. So, the challenge of students then financing, why is it that students are not able to finance their education, then it has very return? The problem is not in education. The problem is in the financial markets. It's a market failure problem. Because the financial system should be, if it's such a high return investment, the financial system should be financing it. So our thinking on this, and it's something we are working on, is not thinking, is that the solution to this is to enable every student who qualifies for tertiary education, not even qualifies, every student in Kenya to make financing for tertiary education an entitlement. But you pay back. So we move from budget financing to the government guaranteeing in some mechanism that the government guarantees loans. We're guaranteeing the financial institutions to finance the students. And because the government has or should have the means, we guarantee them that we will collect. Because if you are in this country, and the vast majority, 95%, will be in this country, and we believe you will actually get employed or employ yourself and earn the income, we should be able to find you. So if we can assure the financial system that we guarantee we will collect, they should be able to put up the money. And that way, if we are then able to take university education out of the budget, we then create more headroom for that money, that 100 billion that is going on, and which could be 200-300 billion in a couple of years. We preserve that headroom to absorb the numbers that are coming into the secondary school system. So that is the gist of how I think we can begin to prepare and mitigate the risks of continuing with a financing model which is not sustainable and a structure of education which distorts priorities and it distorts resource allocation because it puts a premium on a rat race instead of putting a premium on actual opportunity and education outcomes. So as I said, my goal was to take you a bit out of your comfort zone and also to speak to you as opinion leaders. You are the most influential people in this society. I believe when we get to this conversation, you will be the people who will determine how the conversation goes. Because on matters education, everybody listens to you. So my appeal to you is that let us open our minds and look at our system critically and ask ourselves, do we really want an education system which is a legacy of a class structure? Thank you very much for listening to me.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much for that insightful, rich, and also I would say mind-provoking session. We really need to think about so many things. We appreciate that so much, Dr. I want to call Bishop Dr. Millicent Othiambo to come and give a vote of thanks to our guest speaker. And as the team for awards, kindly prepare yourself, Madam Joy. Thank you. Thank you. I, who was chairing, am Madam Nancy Kinywa, Principal, Tayari Senior School in Molo, and County Chairperson, Nakuru County.
Mine is simple. My name is Dr. Millicent Odhiambo, the principal, Pangani Girls. Dr. Ndi, thank you so much for your incisive, very research-oriented presentation on matters education. I want us to say, to stand up, to give Daktari a thank you, applause, please, let's rise up. We have been talking about trillions and billions and demographics. I know a lot of us may not have understood so much, but at the end, we got to know what Daktari was talking about. So let's put our hands together. A lot of us here were in the Nyayo era. Let us just clap for him. The Nyayo, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Daktari. We know we are heading somewhere. Thank you so, so much. Our education is the backbone of the society. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. May have our seats.
We are public officials, so it is very expensive. It can cost me also gender balance. I think the gender balance is on the right side. Imbalance. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
A round of applause for Dr. Ndi. Thank you so much for your patience. We want to welcome a very short presentation from Semastia. The CEO, Semastia, kindly come forward for a very short presentation. CEO Semastia.
presentation yangu I've given. Oh, it's there. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I will ride on the protocols already established. Good morning. How are you? I want you to turn to your neighbor and greet them on my behalf. Thank you so much. I want to give a short presentation from Semastea entitled Partnering for Quality STEM Education. Just a brief about Semastea. Semastea is a state corporation under the Ministry of Education, and our mandate is building capacity in STEM through training and research. Our vision is to have an empowered, creative, and innovative STEM society in Africa. Our mission is to continuously develop capacity in STEM education for sustainable development through training, research, innovation, and partnerships with related ecosystems. Where are these young people? Please move my slides for me. Next. Who is moving slides? It's not working. Move the slides, please. Yeah, a bit of Semastea. If you've not been to Semastea, next. Yeah, this is the ultra-modern building that World Bank put up for us. Next. All right, I want us to take you through a journey we've had together with the KESHA. During your national conference in 1997, you called for establishment of a dedicated institution to address the persistent low performance in mathematics and science that led to the inspection of massive projects. Semastea is an outcome of strengthening of mathematics and science in secondary education, a project that was bilateral between the government of Kenya and the government of Japan through JICA. The project was piloted from 1998 to 2003, and the scaling to national level began in 2003 to 2008. And from 2008, the primary component was put there, and therefore we stopped using the double S and used a single S. After the pilot of this project, KESHA requested for nationwide coverage, and in 2003, the National Master Project was approved. I want to talk about a proud legacy that we share between Semastea and KESHA. The end of project evaluation in 2013, JICA recommended strengthening of Semastea as a national and regional resource center to sustain and expand the gains that were made during the project. And I want to submit that your leadership as KESHA and commitment have been central to this success. Kenya now has one of the Africa's strongest continuous in-service education and training of STEM teachers based on learner-centered pedagogies with a national-wide system established with operational administrative units in all the 47 counties. Part of our legacy, SEMASTE employs a smart cascade approach for its in-service education and training programs to enhance the pedagogical content knowledge of teachers. The organization of INSET at the county level is managed by the county teacher capacity development committees, which I know many of you chair. You are the treasuries in that committee. The committee is responsible for planning and implementing SEMASTE's programs within the county. Many principals remain pioneers of SEMASTE. Many are our county trainers, or you are part of the CTDC members. SEMASTE appreciates your continued dedication to quality education. I've talked about our cascade system. So this is how we conduct our trainings at national level. We train lead teachers whom we call county trainers. At county level, these county lead teachers train other teachers as we support them from the national office using a multi-agency approach. And these teachers then go to the classroom and are able to transfer the knowledge and skills learned into the class. What we do in this model, we do monitoring and support. After every training, we come down to see if the teachers are able to transfer the skills, and we also involve quality assurance and standards officers to do that. When we began SEMASTE project, we were talking about a say, where we were rallying teachers to use activity-based to prepare activities for learners. And those activities were to be student. As you prepare activities, think about what will my students do. And therefore, these activities involved experiments. And where teachers did not have apparatus, we taught them how to do improvisation of those apparatus. The Assay PDSI, the PDSI was planned as the teacher is planning the lesson. He should be looking at activities that learners will do. As the teacher does the actual teaching in class, he should see if learners are following what the teacher was able to prepare in the lesson. And therefore, at the end, the teacher would think about his lessons and then see which areas he would improve. I want to say that today, the principles we began under SEMASTE, those principles align directly with competence-based education and learner-centered pedagogy. And that is what CBC is all about. We also conduct research in SEMASTE that informs our training content. We evaluate our training programs by administering pre and post training evaluations. We also evaluate sessions and overall evaluation to help us have lessons we can learn so that we can improve our programs. Our researchers target classroom-based practices of teachers, and therefore we target the pedagogical content knowledge of teachers. One of my staff presented to you a baseline study we did in senior school yesterday. Under research, we also conduct impact evaluations of our training programs. We also conduct baseline and endline by administering teacher proficiency tests and also conducting lesson observations. And we are able to calculate the lesson observation indexes from before we interacted with the teacher and after we've interacted with them. This is what we did with you guys during the project phase, and we've continued to capacity build your teachers and even you. Under CBC, the Basic Education Curriculum Framework of 2017 introduced competence-based education with 3 pathways. We have STEM, arts and sports science, and social sciences. It is expected that 60% of learners from junior school are expected to transit to STEM pathway in senior school. And therefore, our work is cut out. Semester implements programs, therefore, in STEM education to enhance teachers' pedagogical content knowledge and also to inspire learners in STEM education. I want to take you through some of the activities you can also get involved in. How do we promote STEM? We conduct STEM outreach and also encourage principals to bring their learners to semester for school visit programs. What we've deliberately done is to begin STEM on wheels. We have our vehicles dedicated to this, where we park equipment and apparatus into a bus, and our trainers come to a county and visit schools. They are stationed in a school the whole day so that learners can interact with science equipment maybe they have never seen. We do all these things to inspire learners to love STEM. So we call this STEM on the wheels, and you can see students are very busy with our trainers. Those are just learners exploring parts of a computer, and the other one is mathematics sessions using models. So the science subjects are demystified. That is also another STEM outreach and mentorship program. As we conduct STEM outreach, we also mentor teachers in those schools, because teachers come to see what we are doing and they are able also to replicate the same in their classes. So this is a junior school learner exploring how to use a light microscope during such an event. School visits, those are learners now in semester, those are our labs. And we have innovation rooms where when learners come, they go out feeling differently about science. They are quite inspired to do science subjects. This thing has a problem. So maker spaces, we also have maker space where learners come to learn and do different projects on robotics. They also do 3D printing. I don't know if you can move for me my slides. Please, I have a problem with this gadget. From where I was. No, go back. It wastes a lot of time. All right. Madge. Thank you. It's in my predicament. All right. So I've talked about school visits. You can bring your students. What you do, you just write an email to CEO at Semastea and request what time you want to bring your students, and we will get back to you. We also conduct students' Olympiads, and these Olympiads, we are in partnership with Waterloo, University of Waterloo in Canada and University of Nairobi. Therefore, our learners are able to participate in Kenya Mathematics Olympiad, which I'm requesting you when we tell you the Olympiad is open, kindly tell your learners to register. East Africa Mathematics Olympiad, Pan-African Mathematics Olympiad, which is being done in Ivory Coast this year, and we are taking a delegation of 6 learners. And then we also conduct International Mathematics Olympiad, and this one will be done in Shanghai, China, and will take 6 students. The focus of the Mathematics Olympiad is to develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills in our learners. I've already talked about maker spaces. I'll now give you part of the impact of our programs very briefly. I can say that Semastea has registered significant national impact at demonstrable levels, especially for junior school. We've been able to train over 65,000 junior school who teach STEM subjects on pedagogical content knowledge and use of virtual labs. Dr. Ndi was here and was talking about financing. We understand that in junior school, many schools do not have physical labs. So in partnership with the Ministry of Education, we've developed virtual labs contextualized to CBC, the competence-based curriculum. And we've developed around 45 virtual labs in junior school. Right now, we are training around 7,000 junior schools on how to use virtual labs. And these virtual labs can also be used in senior school. We have also observed improved teacher pedagogical skills with the increased lesson observation index from 1.64 to 1.985 in junior school. We have also trained guest teachers and school leaders, heads of institution, on career mentorships towards increased uptake in the STEM pathway. And that's why you got very many learners actually coming for STEM in your schools. During the In secondary schools, which is now senior school, we have trained over 140,000 teachers under the 844. Under CBE, we inducted all senior school principals on CBE, and we've also trained your heads of STEM departments. We have established a countrywide inset system managed by county teacher capacity development committees. All right, let me go to emerging priorities that we really want you to take cognizance of. From the research we did, we see that integrating digital learning is a major issue, and therefore we'll work together with you, and also integrating virtual labs, because we know you've admitted very many learners in STEM subjects and laboratories might not be enough. So you will have to use virtual labs also to complement what you have. And we're asking that we strengthen inquiry-based STEM learning, because CBE is about inquiry-based. We are also seeing a trend of preparing learners with creativity, innovation, collaboration, and problem-solving skills as we help our teachers build their capacity around pedagogy. These are the things we'll be emphasizing on. Building strong school-based professional learning communities through lesson study. We want to ask for your continued support in the following: supporting teachers to attend semester professional development programs, supporting lesson study, which we've begun in your schools, and school-based teacher learning, because they are very important. Encourage participation in STEM outreach when we come to your schools. We also run STEM boot camps and model school initiatives. We are also requesting that you invest in STEM facilities and promote learner participation, especially girls. Support teachers to practice what they learn during inset into their class. I want to thank all of you again and say that together, let us continue inspiring every learner to discover, innovate, and excel through STEM. Thank you for your unwavering support of semester programs. Thank you so much.
Can we prepare to give her 3 claps? And I'll count 1 is 1. So 1, 2, 3. Thank you, the CEO, Semastia. The awards team, kindly bring the gift. Meanwhile, small interlude of entertainment to stretch us up.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Kindly do me a favor. Look at your neighbor. Tell him or her you are looking good. Request your neighbor to stand up. Tunaweza kusimama kidogo, tumeketi sana. For 1 minute, tunaweza kusimama. Tukisimama hivyo, ningeomba unisaidie. Let all of us, let's pick a mango. Pick a mango, wachana hiyo. Chukua hiyo iko hapo juu kidogo. Haya, weka kwa kikapu mahali. Okay, pick another mango, pick another mango. Wachana hiyo ingine kubwa kubwa. Kuna ingine iko hapo juu kidogo. Fikia hiyo, ichukue vizuri. Iweke kwa kikapu. Thank you so much. You may have a seat. Tunaweza tukaketi. This is your son, Jimmy Wambogo, author and a motivational speaker. Kazi yangu imekuwa ngumu lakini rahisi, na kuja shule kwenu ku-encourage wazazi wetu waweze kusupport the learning of their children. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu mimi baba yangu hakujua hivyo, that's why I'm hustling here. But because this is not my time, I want to recommend to all of us, kindly, if you are in this hall, I have 2 books in my hand. One is called Mathematics Quick Study Guide. It has all the work of Form 1 and Form 2, all the topics, formulas na example. So mwanafunzi akiwa na hii anaweza fanya revision ya all the work of Form 1, Form 2. The other one is Form 3 and Form 4, which paper 2 inatoka kwayo. Hizi vitabu utazipata zinazunguka huko, and I can request all of us, let's go back with these books. Why? Imagine more than 30 different courses. Watoto wetu hawawezi kufanya kama hawajapita vizuri hesabu. But with these books, I'm promising you that our learners, wenye wako Form 3 and Form 4, tutawasaidia na waweze kupita vizuri. Kama hujaita wazazi wako wa Form 3, Form 4, still you can call me. Naweza kuja niwaongereshe for free. Bora wao wataweza kuchukulia vitabu wanafunzi wao. My phone number is 0726 244 940. Remember, Jimmy Wambogo is my name. Asante sana. Thank you.
I asked him to do entertainment. He's selling books. Sorry. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome Kenya Union of Primary and Post. Kupet, yeah. The brigade is in the house. I can see from the colors, they're all over. I want to welcome the vice chairman, who will in turn bring on the SG for a presentation. Ana Korir, feel most welcome to address this gathering. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Naitwa Julius Kimurgor Arab Korir. I'm the National Vice Chair of KUPPET. Nataka ni wasalimia kwa kusema KUPPET power. Hebu mseme power, weka ngumi kwa sababu nyinyi members ya KUPPET. KUPPET power. KUPPET tibim. KUPPET ria. Power. Basi sasa nataka nikaribishe viongozi wa KUPPET mkuje mbele ni wa introduce. Alafu nikaribishe my Secretary General Bwana Kelo Misori. I want to thank teachers for electing me again. I went through a vigorous election 2 months ago na nilishinda kwa fujo. So nashukuru mulituchagua, and we are going to work with you very well. Now, with me is Paul Maingi, is the National Organizing Secretary. With me is my trustee, Karura, kutoka Embu, Secretary of Embu. With me is Bwana Obocha, the National Secretary Secondary. This one is the new kid ambaye tumeleta kwa union, alichaguliwa na walimu. Is the National Secretary Gender, anaitwa Juliet Kimodho, anatoka Kitui. Alishinda MP ambaye alikuwa anaitwa Catherine Wamilianga. Ametoka class. Tumeleta buibui kwa union sasa. Hapa tuko na the youngest principal. Alikuwa anafunza Pate Girls, hata hajaenda over the school. Is the national first gender. Pigie makofi bwana. Tumeleta wanawake wengi kwa union sasa. We are very sensitive about gender. Hapa niko na kijana Barubaru, the Assistant Executive Secretary of Kilifi County. Yes. Kopolo mwenyewe. Na hapa anaitwa Atuoli huko Tharaka Nithi. Is the new Executive Secretary, anaitwa Jeru James of Tharaka Nithi. Hapa niko na Sami Chelanga, anaitwa Penge, is the National Secretary Tertiary, na pia anaomba kura Baringo North. Najua mtu yake alikuwa hapa saa hii. Najua utapata. Hapa niko na Shakombo ambaye ni Secretary Secondary Mombasa. Hebu tuwapigie makofi wa jamaa. Na mimi ni Julius Korir,
naitwa the Big River, naitwa Amazon, kwa sababu nikiingia mimi ni mto kubwa sana, na mimi ninasimama kiti cha Soi constituency. Najua wana Soi wako hapa naona, na ndabeba mara moja hii kitu. I'm the standing MP. Haya, mnaweza keti. Wacha nikaribishe bwana the Secretary General of the Union, Akelo Misore. Mpigie makofi. Yes, karibu sana. Tuna mambo mingi. Is the one to send us. But pokeeni apology ya national chairman. He went in the morning, ako na kazi fulani. Bwana Omboko Milemba, karibu.
Thank you, Chairman. To the National Chairman KESHA, all invited guests, and my colleagues from the union, ladies and gentlemen, I've got few remarks to make. The remarks related to what brought us here. KUPPET is pleased with the remarkable progress that KESHA has made, especially in this conference. The last 3 days have presented us with a new face of KESHA, which is strong, bold, and result-oriented. Secondly, the unprecedented crisis that we have seen in our schools has also re-energized KESHA to understand the new issues which now we have to grapple. We fully support the bold ideas that the association has brought forth, especially to mitigate the issues around the crisis we have. And first among these is the recommendations of a new school fees structure to reflect the current cost of running our schools. For many years, I know it has been very difficult because we have run our schools on the budget and the policy on school fees, which is based on the 2015 guidelines. But we are glad that KESHA has now done has done the final costing and recommended that this one should be improved. We wonder how the 2015 budget of our schools can run schools in 2026. And secondly, in keeping with the conference theme, KESHA has given us clear parameters of what strong schools look like and the kind of leadership needed for competency-based education in our schools. We urge policymakers to listen to the school administrators and stakeholders like ourselves. As a union, KUPPET is proud of our strong partnership with KESHA and other institutions under basic education. Indeed, under laws like the Basic Education Act, the TSC Act 2012, and the Labor Relations Act 2007, the Employment Act, and other laws which govern our operations, where KUPPET and other teacher unions are recognized as indispensable partners in education issues. And for that reason, we are represented in policy-making institutions like the county education boards, Kenya Institute academic panels, and thematic working groups in the sector at national and regional levels. Our most recent partnership came during the overhaul of the career progression guidelines, which had contributed to teachers crying foul over stagnation in the teaching service. KUPPET and KESHA gave input in the new guidelines which were unveiled last week and which we hope will fast-track the career progression of teachers. Importantly, the new guidelines have cut the number of promotional grades nearly by half, and we have listened also to the concerns expressed here and will strive to improve them. I would wish to ask our members that during the 2016-2021 period, when the principals of our schools were appointed on new grades, you realize that majority of our teachers were not covered in terms of what was supposed to give them pesa mfukoni. But I think with the new levels and with the current trends, it would be very, very important to give insights on what we plan to do and what we expect our teachers to do. Just some few minutes ago, we were trying to highlight that the teachers themselves may not know their worth, because when they are asked, and we know that after ourselves going through the new look career progression guidelines, we know that the Salaries and Remuneration Commission may be going out to do their survey and they may sample our schools. Do not hide. You should know that the teachers have nearly 38 roles that they undertake in discharging their responsibilities. But most of our teachers and most of our principals, when they are asked that, what do you do in this school? They will say that my work is to see that every child is in school and I'm supposed to teach and go. They don't even know that teachers themselves are police officers, they are doctors, they are nurses, they are also judges. And with the new trends, it would be very, very important that our teachers do understand your roles overstretch certain limits. I would be asking you, therefore, when your school is sampled or you are sampled as to give information about your job and what you do, please do not be careless in giving information. Explain all the details of your role and your work. That is what will justify your promotion to earn more or less. We have partnered in pushing for improved access to quality healthcare services for teachers under the new Social Health Authority. Our recent engagement have seen vast improvement in services, but I know much is still to be done. We need to understand that our branch secretaries are supposed to get information because they are part and parcel of the committees which are running our health services in the counties. You need to give information however late the information is. We have got call centers which require that you keep those information running in the call centers. With KESHA, NAT, KUSNET, and ourselves, we were represented in the National Steering Committee for the CPC implementation. Regrettably, we know that the policy making has had hitches, and especially when it came now to selection of our learners for grade 10. And I heard yesterday when the chair to KESHA was saying that some schools now lack students. It is because, first, the policy direction, the detailing on the number of learners per school was not addressed, and therefore quite a number of our schools now lack students in grade 10. It is also follows that this is what happens, especially when you look at how some of our comprehensive schools also lack teachers and also lack facilities, and therefore there is a real challenge. This process must have presented an opportunity for us to identify the gaps and also to fix the gaps. Let us be very keen in looking at what can work for us. As professionals, we need a strong, united voice to enable us have proactive policy-making process. And when it comes to implementation, we need not to have back and forth engagement. I was surprised that some quality assurance and standard officers from the Ministry of Education come to school and say that they don't see teachers teaching. And I don't wonder, somebody who is in job group C3 and has been conscripted to go to supervise a principal will definitely give kind remarks about how schools are supposed to be run. We need to get to ensure that one person who must give direction on quality assurance is the principal of the school. Now, on the issue of capitation, because this is the bottleneck of what has caused a lot of rampant pressure on our schools, that the schools are underfunded, or rather the money arrives late. We must now get ready and become partners to this committee, which is represented the Committee of Parliament. We must lobby, and we must lobby for funding. And if our public schools are supposed to run optimally, then the revision of funding and the money going to our schools must be a matter of priority and must be addressed. Our school unrest, our new principal secretary has already indicated, because he's also one of us in so many ways, that we need now to ask the ministry to take urgent steps to incorporate every feeling so that the issues on moral imperatives, and we look for renewed commitment from him to ensure that our school communities are safe for learners, for our teachers, and all stakeholders. Otherwise, as a union, as we go forward, we would be asking nothing less but to ask that the money which is supposed to go to our schools, especially this one which is supposed to go for the infrastructure, should go direct to the schools instead of branching somewhere else, so that people make shortcuts as we address the issues of schools. Otherwise, the union is there for you. You are a part of the system. We have had concerns, especially being raised by the leadership of KESHA, about representation. You are aware that our operations are guided by certain conditions in law, but because of the concerns are genuine, and because you are a serious stakeholder as a unit, we have already committed to open up our governance structure for incorporation of our colleagues who come among the principals. Already we have them within our ranks, but we have felt that it is not enough. What is going to be sufficient for us is to engage stakeholder relationship, and your contribution to the union should not just be seen in terms of resources, but should be seen in terms of greater ideas, such that when we move forward to give direction on certain issues, be it collective bargaining, be it on matters related to management and other policy issues, we get the input of more experienced membership within our ranks. Otherwise, for those many remarks, we are comfortable. As an employer, we want the employer to take the principles very seriously. The employer should take the principles very seriously, because our schools without principals may not run well. They are the people who can give proper direction in the running of our schools. And therefore, we would expect that the current look of TSC Commission and the CEO, you are doing a good job. We only request that you enhance that partnership. That partnership should be enhanced so that we incorporate more greater ideas. We would not wish that your work is taken by somebody else. That work must be done because you are independent and you are the ones who know the intrigues of running teacher affairs. With those many remarks, Coopet Power. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Can we give him 4 organized claps? 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much, SC, for those good remarks. The CEO, Teacher Service Commission, the Honorable Makilab, a member of the Parliamentary Committee on Education, CEO KICD, Professor Ongondo, Acting CEO Semastea, the SG Coopet, Director Minet, directors from the headquarters, regional directors, county directors, sub-county directors who are present here. KESHA Chair, who is in attendance, KESHA officials right from the national office all the way to the sub-counties, colleague principals, distinguished delegates. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. I welcome you to the 49th Annual KESHA Conference here in Mombasa. And our theme is Strong Schools and Collaborative Leadership for Promoting Competency-Based Education. With those remarks, I want to welcome our National KESHA Chair, Mr. Willie Mwangi Kuria, to carry on the program from there. A round of applause for Mr. Kuria as he takes the podium. Welcome, Chair, to take us through the program going forward. Karibu, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, MC. The Secretary Teacher Service Commission, Madam Evelyn Mitei, Honorable Makrap, Parliamentary Service Commission, the Directors, Teacher Service Commission, all of you present here today, the Director KICD, Mr. Ari, my counterpart in KESHA, the Secretary Coopet and all the Coopet members present, members of the KESHA National Governing Council, and all other directors, all other members, all the principals present, the Kenya Commercial Bank representatives, who are our main sponsors here, the members from the World Bank Consultancy. I want to take this time to welcome you to this KESHA 49th conference, and I want to say good afternoon. Today, among the highlights for today, is the key one where we have the Teacher Service Commission. We have just been with the Coopet. We had David D in the morning, and later on we are going to have KICD. But for now, I want to be a bit faster because of time. And I just want to make some brief remarks as regards this session we have here today. I want to say that it gives me great pleasure on behalf of the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association to humbly welcome our Chief Executive Officer of the Teacher Service Commission, Madam Evelyn Mitei, to the fourth day of the 2026 KCB KESHA Annual National Conference here in Mombasa. Madam CEO, your presence today, together with all the directors from the Teacher Service Commission and other officers from the Teacher Service Commission, is a clear demonstration of the Commission's commitment to engaging with education stakeholders and strengthening the partnerships that are critical to the success of the education system. We sincerely thank you for honoring our invitation and for creating time to engage directly with school heads on matters that are central to the transformation of education in Kenya. As we reflect on this year's theme, Strong Schools and Collaborative Leadership for Promoting Competency-Based Education, we recognize that the Teachers Service Commission remains one of the most important pillars in the successive implementation of education reforms in our country. Madam CEO, KESHA wishes to commend the Commission for the remarkable strides it has made in supporting teachers and principals during this period of education transition. First, we appreciate the continuous nationwide retooling programs that have equipped teachers with the knowledge, skills, and the competencies required to effectively implement the competency-based education. Through these programs, teachers have gained a better understanding of learner-centered pedagogy, assessment practices, and the broader philosophy underpinning the competency-based curriculum. This sustained investment in teacher capacity building has significantly enhanced confidence among teachers and contributed to the smoother implementation of reforms in our schools. Secondly, we acknowledge the Commission's effort in digitizing services and making them more accessible to teachers. The introduction and the enhancement of online services have improved efficiency, transparency, and convenience. Processes such as teacher transfers, leave applications, and other administrative services are now more streamlined and responsive than ever before. We also appreciate the Commission for conducting promotional interviews when opportunities arise. While every component is work in progress, these interviews have accorded opportunities for career progression and have reinforced meritocracy within the teaching profession. We equally commend the Commission for the coaching and mentorship programs that support newly recruited teachers while continuously nurturing those already serving in the profession. These programs have played a critical role in professional growth, induction, succession, planning, and the strengthening of instructional leadership within our schools. Perhaps most notably, KESHA welcomes the bold and progressive proposal to reform the teacher career progression structure by reducing and standardizing job groups. We believe this proposal has the potential to significantly address one of the most persistent challenges facing teachers today, which is career stagnation. For many years, numerous teachers and school administrators have remained in the same grades for extended periods despite possessing the necessary qualifications, experience, and performance records. A simplified and more responsive career progression framework will not only improve motivation, but also enhance professional satisfaction and retention within the teaching service. KESHA also wishes to express its appreciation for the cordial and professional relationship that currently exists between Teacher Service Commission and school leaders across the country. From the chairperson of the commission to the CEO, regional directors, county directors, and officers at sub-county level, there is a growing spirit of consultation, engagement, and partnership. Today, the relationship between TSC and principals is not characterized by adversarial interactions, but by collaboration and mutual respect aimed at achieving a common goal: quality education for every learner. As we celebrate these achievements, we must remain alive to some of the challenges that continue to affect teachers and the principals alike.
One of the most pressing concerns remains stagnation in job groups. Many principals, especially those serving in job grade D3, remain in the same grade for prolonged period with limited opportunities for advancement. This situation affects morale and undermines the motivation of highly experienced school heads. The job group ceiling for principals should also be extended to the apex, at least higher than the current D5. Secondly, schools continue to experience shortages of specialized teachers in newly introduced learning areas under the competency-based education framework. Learning areas such as media technology, theater and film, fine arts, maritime and fisheries, Mandarin and other specialized fields require teachers with unique competencies that are currently in short supply. As the curriculum expands, the staffing strategy must evolve correspondingly to ensure that every learner receives quality education, quality instruction, and adequately trained professionals. Thirdly, there remains concern regarding the political interference in the management of schools. At times, teachers and school heads become targets of politically motivated actions, including pressure for transfers that are not grounded in professional administrative considerations. We believe that educational institutions should remain protected spaces where decisions affecting teachers are guided by policy, professionalism, and the best interest of learners. Additionally, while the Commission has continued to promote teachers, the number of available promotional vacancies often remain disproportionately low compared to the large number of deserving teachers awaiting advancement. This mismatch continues to generate frustration within the profession and the cause for innovative solutions that can expand progression opportunities. Finally, we cannot ignore the issue of teachers' remuneration, which has been occasionally addressed by the union's CUPET. As KESHA, we remain committed to working closely with the Teacher Service Commission and all education stakeholders to strengthen our schools, empower teachers, and improve all learning for all the Kenyan children. We believe that meaningful reforms succeeds. We believe that meaningful reform succeeds when policymakers, implementers, and practitioners engage openly, listen to one another, and pursue solutions as a unit. The partnership between TSC and KESHA provides an excellent platform for such engagement. Allow me, therefore, to once again extend our sincere gratitude to you, the chairperson of the Commission, and all the directors, and the entire Commission for your continued dedication to the teaching profession and to the advancement of education in Kenya. We look forward to a fruitful discussion on policy alignment and education reforms, and to hearing your insights on how the Commission will continue driving effective implementation of competency-based education in our country. Thank you very much. Madam, I think I just want to make one or two comments. They may not directly fall under the Teacher Service Commission, but eventually it will eventually land on your table. And I'm addressing myself to what has in this country been often called extra levies. Because the issue of extra levies will eventually come on your table when the heads are told that they are charging extra levies. First of all, I want to say that there is no head teacher who can think one day to increase school fees. It is a consultation between the boards of management and the parents for the sake of the learners. As we know today, the fee set for national schools or C1 is 53,000. And for the other schools, it is 40,000. That's the C2 and C3. for these schools are not supposed to charge money. They're supposed to come from the capitation, maybe apart from lunch. But we have argued here with the Minister of Education when the PS was here that that fee was set in 2015, and this is 2026. So we did a budget here, and I have the opportunity also presenting to you this presentation that I made to the Ministry of Education. We looked at what the students spent in school per day, and we realized it was 242. And when we look at it in a year, it came to 61,000, feeding only. And the fee for the whole school is 53,000. So 53,000 is not even enough to feed the students. When you look at all other 40 heads cumulatively, it all added up to 110. That is the minimum that should be charged. And we gave this document to the PS. We also gave it to the head of public service. I'm saying this because when these allegations are made, they finally add to your office. That's why we are also going to give you this document. And I want to say that I saw the other day in the media, not in the media, but in the social media, when there was issue of some schools like Alliance, that the school is charging a whopping 120,000. Remember the money I've talked of here, there is no development fund. That is purely for tuition and operations. And so schools have categories. Even for day schools, we found that for a day school to exist and operate, it can only have 29,000 without the lunch money because of the inflation from 2015 up to now. So we want to request the Commission that when these allegations land on your table, then we have submitted to the Ministry on what it requires for a school to learn for 1 day and for 1 year. And I'm sure we're also going to give the same document to Mr. McCraft because of for the benefit of Parliamentary Education Committee to look at this document, because we do not charge extra levies. What we charge is what is adequate for the learners in school. And as I said, it's as a result of consultation. And now I think that is the main issue that we actually wanted to raise here this morning. Of course, the issues have been raised about political interference. I have raised it here. And Madam, I'm going to introduce you to the members of the National Governing Council. And these people, they are elected after every 5 years. And these elections are just like those ones of the Coupet or Union or even the Parliament. They are 5 years. And we do it at the county level, largely at the sub-county level. So there is a lot of campaigns that are done until the heads choose the best from themselves. So when you become the chairman of a sub-county or an official in the sub-county or a county, and then only after a short time you are taken to another county, you lose the seat which you campaigned for seriously. And we are human. Sasa ukipoteza ile kiti na ndio ulifanya campaign, you feel so low. And so Madam, I was requesting, sometimes it can be advantageous for them. That one I must not forget. So you shall be requesting some engagement when those elected officials are to be moved from one county to another or sub-county where they are going to lose their seats. And therefore I now want to invite the members of the National Governing Council just to stand here. There may be no time for individual introduction, but please come and stand here. At least the CEO will see your faces, so next time you go to that office, Yeah, just come here and hapa haraka tafadhali. I just want the regional chairs to say their names, only the regional chairs. And the others to raise up their hands. We can start with the regional chair, Nairobi, because you are alone. Please just introduce let the members from Nairobi to raise up their hands. Nani, do you have members? Okay, let us go to Eastern. Huh? Microphone. I want the regional chairs. You introduce yourself and tell your members to raise their hands, or members from the region.
Good afternoon, madam. My name is Hirbo Mude. I'm the regional chair, Nairobi. Thank you.
Let us go to Eastern and that chairman Eastern.
Okay, my members from Nairobi, please be upstanding from where you are. Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Please kindly stand up from where you are. Yeah, they are there.
Some might be outside in the other hall outside.
Yes, they are outside in the other hall. Some of them. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Madam CEO. I like it when it is saying that others are outside, but I believe mine are in. My name is Joe Ben Jiro, Chairman Embu and Eastern Region. Please, my members from Eastern Region, let's be upstanding. I believe a number of you are here. Quite a number. I've seen quite a number here. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Show us the chairman from Mr. Chairman.
Oh, the chairman from
Eastern
Region. We have from Kitui, Madam Kusunza. We have from Tharaka Nithi, Bwana Robert Njage. From Meru, Bwana Karani. We have from Makueni. Then we have, the name is Ndivo Muya. Then we have Bwana Kabuvu Stephen from Machakos. I think, we have others from, we have Halima from Marsabit, and then we have the chairman of Isiolo. I believe he is also around. We have some work around, so I believe they are just around. Thank you.
Okay,
yeah,
cost.
We are committed actually in various places. Thank you.
Cost.
Good afternoon. Kwa majina naitwa Ramadhani Ali Mwakanga, mwenyekiti KESHA, Mombasa County, Coast Region. Na nafikiri niko na wenzangu hapa. Bwana Nene from Lamu County, Bwana Tole, Taita Taveta, Bwana Anderson Munga, Kilifi, Mr. Mwapungwe kwa hapa, Bwana Makeo, Tana River. Yeah. Watu wa kutoka Pwani, tusimame tafadhali. Watu wa kutoka Pwani. Fuadi simama bwana, kutoka Pwani. Nafikiri wako ile hall nyingine kule. Thank you. Karibuni Pwani.
Aya, Central.
So thank you, Madam. Macharia Kamau, Chair Nyeri, and Central Region. In Central Region, we have 5 counties. We have Madam Joy Waroru, Chair Kirinyaga. We have Mr. Geto Moranga, who is at the gate. We have Mr. Getao Kiabu and Mr. Wainaina Nyadarwa. Our esteemed delegates from Central Province, Kaitre Rais, Central Region. So most of them, the rest are in the bigger tent. Thank you so much, Madam.
Let us go to Rift Valley.
Thank you very much. Madam CEO, I am Sigei Cornelius, Principal St. Benedict Kapkemolo Pamed. I'm the chairman, Rift Valley Region. May I humbly request my colleagues from Rift Valley, Dabadali Musimame, Rift Valley, kindly stand wherever you are. Tukiviga, can let us breathe. Yes, Rift Valley, karibu sana. Before me, we have the members who are chairmen of our counties from Rift Valley, kindly step forward, please. Just step forward here. Yes, just step forward. Just introduce yourself briefly.
Nancy Kinywa, Nakuru County. Thank you.
Mr. Morris Choge, Nandi County.
Stephen Mwangi, Laikipia County. Kipsang Eno, Kericho County.
James Leparsanti, Samburu County.
Frederick Cheboyo, Baringo County. Michael Chiriot, Elgeyo Marakwet.
Bernard Masinde, Trans Nzoia.
Osoko Musa, West Pokot County.
Mutai Joseph, Narok County.
Dr. Ngatich, Washingishu.
Aya, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Let us go to Western. Oh, sorry, Northeastern. That's Northeastern then.
Mahmoud Mohammed Dubat, Garissa County, and also the regional chair. And Ismail is here, the chairman, Wajir County. And where is Yero? Yes? He's in Bosque. Prayers. It's time for prayers. Northeastern members, please stand up, please. I know most of them have gone to the mosque. Please stand up if you are here. There are some few who are there. I know we are more than 150, but they have gone to the mosque, most of them. It's time for prayers.
Thank you very much. Let us go to Western. Western.
Madam CEO, my name is Amkwame Kolochiel, the KESHA chairman, Kakamega County and Western Region. We have 4 counties in Western.
Pamela Otieno, Vihiga County.
We have Mr. Nabiswa Robert from Bungoma County and Mr. David Emase, the chair Busia. They have just stepped out of the hall. They are doing something in the tent their side. I want to request Western Region members to arise.
Hey.
Western, oi! Oi!
Aya, Nyansa. Thank you, Nyansa.
Thank you. I'm Dr. George Opeo, Chair Nyansa. Nyansa's got 6 counties. We have Chair Homa Bay, Mr. Joseph Yeko. We have Chair Nyamira, Job Oira. We have Chair Migori, Peter Magawe. We have Chair Siaya, Victor Makanda. I think Chair Kisi, she was here, but I know she's in the distribution.
So I think I have introduced.
Otherwise, I want to ask members from the Nyansa team, delegates from Nyansa. Quite a number, let us clap for them. In the executive, we also have the treasury. Though we don't say as KESHA, but we have the treasury. The treasurer is from Siaya. National treasurer, thank you.
So thank you very much. Take your seats. But the national officials to be left, only the 8 officials. The 8 national officials. So those are, now we have been left with the 8 national officials. Maybe you can introduce yourselves now. The vice chair to be the last.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I'm John Miller from Kitui, the National Vice Treasurer. Thank you.
Madam, my name is Abdinur Haji. I'm the National Secretary and heading a school in Wajir, Sabunle Boys.
I'm Mana Hamisi Omar, the National Vice Secretary and Principal Mamangina Girls, Mombasa.
Madam CEO, my name is Maggie Njaga. I'm the National Vice Organizing and Chief Principal Moi Girls School, Nairobi.
Madam CEO, my name is Masiolo Albert, Principal Vihiga Boys High School from Western Province. I'm the National Organizing Secretary. Karibu sana.
Madam CEO and all the invited guests, my name is Joyce Omondi, Kesha National Treasurer, Principal Bishop Okoth Girls in Siaya.
Madam CEO, my name is Elias Cheriot, Principal Dagoretti Mixed Secondary School, the National Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are 8 of us representing every region. My name is Mwangi Kuria, from Murang'a High School, studying for Central. And having said that now, Madam, I just want to give Mr. Ali, my KESHA counterpart, 1 minute to just say hi. Mr. Ali, karibu sana. Just come and say hi to the CEO and the delegates. A minute.
Thank you, Chairman. Our CEO, TSC, Mheshimiwa from the Education Committee, Professor Ngondo from the KSCD, directors from all levels, all senior government officials present this afternoon, colleagues, members, hamjambo. Assalamu alaikum. Mumeenjoy Mombasa? Mombasa raha? Kuingia raha? Kutoka ni nini? I remember my governor yesterday saying, Madam CEO, in Mombasa where I come from, we have one rule to all our guests coming to Mombasa. Don't go back with the per diem. Yote ibakie wapi? Uchumi yote ibakie wapi? Tukijua umekataa umerudi na per diem. After all, it is out of pocket. Hairuhusiwi kukaa wapi? Kwa mfuko. Kwa nini inarudi kwa mfuko? So ladies and gentlemen, my name is Fuad Ali, the National Chairman, KESHA, Kenya Comprehensive School Heads Association, and Principal, the Nairobi Comprehensive School. Our CEO, TSC, Madam, all delegates present this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to join you today in this year's annual general meeting of the Kenya Senior Schools Heads Association, a platform that continues to shape the direction of senior school education leadership and strengthen the quality of learning in our country, particularly in the senior schools level. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to outset and appreciate KESHA for inviting KESHA to this important conversation on strengthening schools and advancing competency-based education, the CBE. This is a leadership responsibility anchored in the realities in our schools and the future we are collectively building. The conversation also builds on the momentum of the 2026 KESHA Regional Conference held in April, whose central vision was shaping the comprehensive school of the future, strong systems, skilled leadership, and value-driven education. And today, we deepen that reflection with the context of senior school leadership and system stability. Strong schools remain the foundation of the school of the future. However, in the context of senior schools, strength must now be understood beyond infrastructure and enrollment. It must include institutional stability, learner discipline, psychosocial support systems, and leadership resilience. Strong senior schools, therefore, are schools which have center learning on competencies, character, and values, strengthen teacher collaboration and professional accountability, and build structured learner support and guidance systems, and maintain safe, secure, and disciplined learning environment. We must, therefore, confront a critical question. Why are our senior schools deliberately shaping responsible, competent, and well-guided young citizens? In senior schools, especially, leadership must function as a coordinated ecosystem which involves school heads and deputy heads, teacher functioning as professional learning communities, BOMs, education and quality assurance, and field structures, and among linkages with national educational stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, we must also address a matter of urgent concern: the recent state of incidents involving the burning of institutions of senior schools and other schools and infrastructure. These incidents are not only disruptive to learning, they are a serious threat to safety, investment in education, and the integrity of our education systems. As senior school leaders, we carry a heightened responsibility to strengthen learners' engagement and voice within structured systems, enhance guidance and counseling, reinforce discipline systems, improve early detection of psychosocial distress among learners, and strengthen collaboration within parents and the security agencies. The school of the future must be anchored on safety, trust, and shared responsibility. Kenya is firmly in the implementation phase of CBE. The task before us is no longer introduction, but deepening, stabilizing, and future-proofing the system. The school of the future is being shaped through strong educational leadership, effective teacher professional development, integration of digital learning systems, and strengthen learner pathways guidance at a senior school level. Senior schools are now central in shaping pathways, careers, and life trajectories of learners. This makes leadership at this level even more critical. Senior schools principals are not just administrators. They are the architects of the school of the future. And to fulfill this role, they must translate curriculum reform into meaningful school practice. They must strengthen academic and technical pathways with clarity and build strong learner mentorship systems and ensure that school culture reflects both excellence and discipline. The school of the future is seamless as connected. KESHA and KESHA must therefore deepen their collaboration to ensure that there is continuity in learning development across all levels and alignment of competency expectations, shared understanding of assessment and progression, and coherent leadership framework across the system. We are no longer managing separate stages of education. We are building one integrated learning journey. Senior schools are now operating in a rapidly changing environment shared by digital transformation, changing labor markets, and increasing focus on learner well-being, and sustainability and climate consciousness. The future-ready senior schools must therefore integrate digital literacy, structured career guidance, social emotional and psychosocial support, and value-based education. Ladies and gentlemen, no single school can build the future alone. We therefore must move from isolated leadership to shared leadership. We must move from reactive management to proactive system thinking. And we must move from compliance to transformation. As I conclude, the success of CBE will depend on the strength, stability, and vision of our senior schools. As KESHA, we reaffirm our commitment to working closely with KESHA and all other stakeholders to strengthen leadership, support teachers, safeguard learners, and build a suitable, innovative, and value-driven education system. Together as a team, let us strengthen our schools while also deliberately designing and safeguarding the school of the future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you all. Karibuni sana na musisahau, don't live with any per diem with you. Mungu awatubariki sote. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Chairman. There is a cat that has closed here when you are talking. And the way I associate the cats and the coast, I was wondering, hii cat imetoa wapi? I want the chair of private schools, the chairman of Kenya private schools to stand whenever you are and wave kindly. Thank you very much for coming. That's the chair of private schools. Thank you very much. Are your officials with you? They can also stand. Okay. Yeah, that's the Private Schools Association. Thank you very much. And now, without taking much time from there, I want to request all of you to rise so that we can welcome the CEO, Teacher Service Commission, to make her address. Karibu sana, Madam. Karibu sana, makofi. Moja. Igine. Another one. Thank you very much. Okay, you also introduce them. Yes.
Please, let's be seated. Thank you very much. Honorable Makilap, our member of the Education Committee, KESHA chairman and your executive members from the national, the regional and the counties, and all the principals, my fellow CEOs present, our social partners. I can see the house with the power is in the house, Kupet, SG and your team, education sector leaders led by our county regional directors, Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission, the sponsors present and our partners, good afternoon. Allow me to take this opportunity to introduce our member of the Education Committee, Honorable Makilap. Just 1 minute.
Thank you, the CEO, Teacher Service Commission of Kenya, the Chair of KESHA, Secretary General and Chairman of the Union, Kubet, Kenya Primary, Kenya Comprehensive, and all of you leaders in the education sector. I've just been given 1 minute. Our Vice Chair represented us yesterday here. Madam Eve Obara, who is a member of parliament for Kasipul Kabondo. I am a member of parliament Baringo North and a member of education committee who served. I did not serve as a principal, but I served as a head of department and chairman of Kenya National Union of Teachers when they were still accommodating secondary school teachers. I have taught mathematics for many years. I have only come here, Madam CEO, one on behalf of the Committee of Education, to listen to these minds, these scholars, so that whatever will be brought before the Committee of Education by either you, the peers, or the Minister of Education, I will be bearing a witness that I heard it from the owners. And I want to, at the end of this conference, the 49th conference, 1 year to a century, to have a century, to make a decision for our country because we are undergoing a transition as a country in education. Question is, so what? The 49th conference, so what decision will you bring on board to the Committee of Education for legislation to change policy direction and change funding in our schools? I will have a listening eye. I will be having a listening ear, and I will represent you in that committee to cater with the entire members of Committee of Education. Take advantage, KUBET, NAT, KUSNET, and Principals. Petition Parliament on issues that are critical for funding, on issues that are critical for policy direction. Petition Parliament. There is nothing that is coming from you, and you represent teachers. In fact, Madam CEO, there is one petition before our committee from a student of Alliance High School requesting Parliament to provide legislation for free hairstyle in schools, including dreadlocks, including everything else. It is before us. But there is nothing from you. But the students are giving us a petition in Parliament to offer them free hairstyle, including dreadlocks, rasta, nini. Take advantage of this committee. We are the fabric of funding. We oversight TSC, Commission, higher education, research, basic education. This is the alma mater which can sort out your problems. Finally, Madam CEO, and I wish to thank you. So thank you very sincerely because the few months you have acted, 1 year that you have acted, you have held and you have listened to the teachers' unions. You are a great woman in this country. You will be remembered that during your tenure, there is peace in the teaching fraternity. Hakuna maandamano, hakuna vita, CPA inasikisa. And above all, this government is the only government that shall have employed over 120,000 teachers within 5 years. Something that has never been done in Kenya by any president other than William Ruto. And then, I have listened to a proposal. There is a proposal that is very good. This proposal of funding capitation. Let us come and dialogue. I have seen an avenue. Instead of capitation for primary, around 1,440, another capitation for JSS, and capitation for senior schools. Why don't we bring our minds together so that we have one capitation for comprehensive school, which could be around 10,000 or 8,000, and then we keep the fourth heads, and then take the rest of the money and increase to the senior schools so that you can now meet the demand for fees. It is realistic. Time has gone from 2015 up to now. Maisha imekuwa ngumu kila mahali. We are listening. Come to us. We are ready to listen to you and provide the necessary legal framework that can transform this country. Thank you so much, principals. I have a lot of peace with the principals from Baringo North. Wapi watu ya Baringo waonekane kwamba hapa hapa. Baringo North kwanza msimama nione wenyinyi kama muko hapa au muko kwa hema. Asanteni sana. God be with you and success our CEO.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Honorable Makilap. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to now introduce my foot soldiers, and before that, receive greetings from the board. The entire commission is at the coast. I'm sure you saw them yesterday, but today they are retreating to do something else. But they have sent their greetings to all of you, and they've asked me to tell you we are together. We appreciate the work you do despite the challenges that you're facing. That is a message from the board. Allow me now to welcome the directors from the headquarters to join us here. And I have come with half of them. The other half have an assignment they are doing with the board. So Director Mumin from the Administrative Services is not here. Director Ayabe, Finance and Accounts, is not with us, but they are somewhere doing some work. Director Gabriel Madenge, in charge of operations, is not also here, but they are doing some work. Director Mainga, in charge of internal audit, is not with us. And also Senior Deputy Director, Supply Chain Management. That is part of the team that support me at the headquarters. So allow me then to introduce the directors who are present. I will ask each one of them to say their name and what they do. Karibu, Antonina.
Thank you, CEO, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Antonina Lentoijoni, the director in charge of staffing at the TSC headquarters. Asante.
Thank you, CEO. My name is Crisanto Zodiambo, the director in charge of human resource management and development at the commission. Asanteni.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Ruben Damburi, Director, Teacher Professional Management.
Thank you, Madam CEO. My name is Mokoi David, the Director in charge of Teacher Discipline Management at headquarters. Thank you. And last but not least, my name is Kevin Anyuor, Director in charge of Legal, Labor, and Industrial Relations. Thank you.
So those are my foot soldiers at the headquarters. Allow me to invite the regional directors of Teacher Service Commission. Ardis. So these are the foot soldiers who help me at the regional level in all the 8 regions. I'll ask them to introduce themselves and their region.
Assalamu alaikum. Jina langu Bwana Steven Ida Janga, mkurugenzi kutoka eneo la Kaskazini Mashariki. Shukran.
Mr. Mwega, RD Central.
Good afternoon. Dr. Esther Musani, Regional Director, Nyanza.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Lillian Mwangi. I'm the Regional Director, Coast Region. Karibuni sana hapa Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Good afternoon, all. My name is Ado Mohammed Bardad, the Regional Director, Rift Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Good afternoon. My name is Abukar Hassan, Regional Director, Eastern.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just like Director Anyor said, last but not least, Samuel Marigat, Nairobi.
And allow me to ask all the county directors to stand and wave. County directors from TSC. Those are my foot soldiers at the county level. Sub-county directors, wherever you are, please stand. Those are the people who serve you at your respective counties. Asanteni sana. All the other staff from TSC who are not in either of the categories, please stand and wave. They have gone to pray also. I hope they are not at the beach because we are here for a purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, so those are the staff that have accompanied me for this meeting. Thank you, Kesha, for the invitation of the employer to grace this occasion. And we are going to do this in two parts. First, I'll do my key remarks. Then my directors will have a directors forum supported by the regional directors. If there will be any issue raised in your region, you're better placed to address. We do appreciate the theme that you've given us because we are key implementer of the policies that touch on teacher management. And I will take you through what we've done in each of the areas that we are driving. So education remains one of the most powerful tools for national development, social transformation, and economic growth. In Kenya, the success of education reforms depends not only on sound policy formulation, but also on effective implementation by institutions charged with delivering educational services. The Teacher Service Commission is a key institution in the education sector. As the employer and the manager of the teaching service, the Commission oversees a workforce that directly influences millions of learners across the country. And it plays a critical role in shaping knowledge, values, attitudes, and competencies among our future generation. Given its nationwide presence and direct engagement with teachers at all levels of education, the Commission occupies a strategic position in translating national education policies into tangible outcomes at the school level. Therefore, it plays a pivotal role in advancing education reforms by ensuring that the teaching workforce is adequately staffed, professionally developed, effectively managed, and aligned with education priorities. In terms of policy alignment and education reforms, which is the topic we are handling, the Teacher Service Commission aligns its policies, programs, and operations with key frameworks, including the Constitution, the Kenya Vision 2030, the medium-term plans, the Basic Education Act, the Competency-Based Education Framework and Reforms, and the National Education Sector Strategic Plan, as well as Sustainable Development Goal number 4. These frameworks prioritize equitable access to quality education, competency-based learning for 21st century skills, improved learning outcomes through effective teaching, and professional development. And as a commission, we also strive to include, to develop inclusive education, especially for our learners with special needs, for our learners from marginalized contexts. We also strengthen governance and accountability, integration of technology in learning, promotion of national values and social cohesion, and evidence-based and effective service delivery. As a custodian of the teaching service, the TSC operationalizes these priority areas through teacher recruitment, deployment, professional development, performance management, and strengthening school leadership. The alignment ensures effective translation of policy into practice, positioning the Commission as a central driver of Kenya's education reform agenda. What is our role as the Commission in driving effective policy implementation? As the institution charged with the management of the teaching service, the Commission underscores the strategic role it plays in implementation of education reforms in Kenya. Notably, while policy frameworks provide direction for education transformation, their success significantly depends on the availability of competent teachers, effective school leadership, and efficient systems of accountability. The Commission, therefore, serves as a key enabler in translating policy objectives into meaningful outcomes within basic learning institutions. Some of the reforms that we are driving are as follows. In exercising its dual mandate and responsibility, the Commission registers trained teachers, and it sets the requirements of entering the teaching profession, as well as monitoring compliance with the registration requirements. This positions the Commission at a pivotal level of influence in policy formulation in matters relating to teaching profession. Part of the reforms that we've introduced in this area is the review of legal notice 50. Do we know what legal notice 50 is? It is in the Code of Regulation, and it is the legal notice that defines the requirements for registration of a teacher. To support the competency-based education, the Commission has reviewed that legal notice to be in compliance with CBE requirements. Apart from that, we have reviewed our entry qualifications into the primary teaching level from the P1 certificate that we used to admit our teachers with for a long time, and they now enter at diploma level. We have also introduced stage-based pathways for the SNE learners in that particular legal notice. And as a response to the needs of the new curriculum, that legal notice is also going to register teachers with one teaching subject so that we can address the challenges that we have in the new areas of the curriculum. Secondly, the other area is on the issue of teacher recruitment and equitable staffing. This is one of our key education reforms, which as an employer, we strive to provide equitable access and quality education for all our learners. And to support this objective, the Commission undertakes recruitment and deployment of qualified teachers across the country as guided by its teacher selection and recruitment policy, which supports schools to have the necessary human resources to deliver quality education. We continuously review this policy so that we are able to understand the staffing requirements of our schools. And subsequently, the Commission in this area has developed a staffing norm which aligns with the requirements of the competency-based education. We are yet to roll out the staffing norm. We are still looking at a few issues. And while it is being still looked at, we expect that this will help us to rationalize teachers. And ladies and gentlemen, you are the custodians of our teachers. There are schools that still have excess teachers within their institutions, while your neighbors have no teachers. This is an area we are calling upon you that you help us also, so that we can be able to have teachers optimally utilized. If you have excess teachers, please don't hold on to them, release them so that every learner in this country has access to a teacher. The intervention of the staffing norm that we've just done will help to reduce teacher shortages while improving learner-teacher ratios. And through these interventions, TSC contributes to equity, inclusion, and improved learning outcomes, particularly in the marginalized areas and hard-to-serve areas. What reforms have we introduced to support competency-based education? The transition to competency-based education represents one of the most significant reforms in Kenya's education sector. The success of this reform is largely dependent on the preparedness of our teachers to facilitate learner-centered learning and competency-based education. And to support this education system, the Commission has invested on continuous teacher capacity building through continuous retooling of teachers, as well as the new teacher professional development. We have a new teacher professional development framework, which all of you took part. You gave us your views, and we have improved it and ready to roll out. This TPD is much improved from the previous TPD in that basically, one, it will be online, apart from a few face-to-face sessions. And I think the thing that the teachers want to hear is that it is free. We will not charge any money for teacher professional development that is coming. But there is a catch as you clap. Teacher professional development is aimed at improving your competencies as a teacher. And we are saying, just like all other professions, the teaching service must be licensed. For the simple reason that we've equally developed a teacher mobility policy for teachers who want to go and teach abroad. But they go there but face challenges because we do not license our teachers. So that 5-year TPD will lead to your renewal of your teaching license. Just like any other profession, the lawyers do it and other professions. So we are equally professionalizing the teaching service. When the TPD modules are rolled out, we are developing a learning management system that will help you access the various learning modules that are in that TPD. Please ensure your teachers are doing TPD. Ensure yourselves are doing TPD, because we have two, just the way we've done CBG, TPD will also have two, it will be hybrid, and there is TPD for teachers and TPD for school administrators or school leadership, so that it helps you to hone your skills in terms of management, in terms of financial management, and other related school administration components. So through the learning structured programs, teachers are better equipped to respond to emerging educational trends, technological advancements, changing learner needs, and evolving policy priorities. That is what TPD will address. And TPD will then equip teachers with the knowledge, skills, and pedagogical approaches required to effectively deliver the curriculum and assess learner competencies. And we believe as a commission, by strengthening teacher capacity, the commission ensures that the reforms are translated into improved classroom practices and enhanced learner experience. In terms of your welfare and teacher support, the Commission has strengthened the teacher induction, mentorship, and coaching. This, we believe, is a strategy that will support us enhance education reforms, because the wellness of teachers, the capacity of teachers, the support to our teachers will ensure that our teachers are ready and well prepared to implement the curriculum that we are rolling out. This program will facilitate the integration of newly recruited teachers into the profession while providing continuous guidance and support to the experienced teachers. Mentorship and coaching promotes professional growth, encourages the sharing of best practices, and enhances teacher confidence and performance. Ultimately, this intervention contributes to improved instructional quality and better teachers. In terms of performance management and accountability, as one of the areas we are reforming, for any reform to succeed, there must be a robust accountability mechanism to ensure that policy objectives are achieved. The Commission has therefore established performance management systems to enhance teacher effectiveness and institutional performance. These tools are the performance contracts for heads of institutions and teacher performance appraisal and development for teachers. These are not new, but these are the accountability mechanisms that we are strengthening and enforcing to ensure that effective teaching and learning happens. So through performance monitoring, appraisal processes, professional support mechanisms, and recognition and reward frameworks, the Commission promotes a culture of accountability, continuous improvement, and results-oriented service delivery. These measures encourage professional excellence while ensuring that teachers remain focused on improving the quality of education. For the reforms to happen, we must enhance teacher motivation and teacher welfare. And the Commission is committed to ensure a highly motivated and engaged teaching service. The commitment is actually anchored in our vision of a motivated, ethical, and globally competitive teacher. Towards this end, the Commission is working towards implementing the second phase of the signed collective bargaining agreement next month. In addition, the Commission has reviewed career progression guidelines to facilitate effective progression of all our teachers. We have also developed very comprehensive job descriptions for onward transmission to salaries and remuneration commission to be able to undertake a job evaluation and attach a salary structure to that CBG that we have developed. You've heard what SG has told you. You are the people who will make or break your job. When SRC comes around, don't use it as a lamentation mechanism. Oh, hii kazi ni ngumu. Oh, watoto ni ngumu. I just teach. I just do what I can. When you tell salaries and remuneration that is when you get the salary that you have. That is what you told them in the last job evaluation. The teacher said they teach and go home. Yes. And that is exactly how they'll evaluate your job. So, prepare a proper job description. We have done our part as the employer. Do yours. When they come to your school, tell them all those things that you do. I think SG has put it rightly. As principals, you do your job. Tell them what you do. And don't tell them, hii kazi tunafanya tu. So they see you as people who do nothing. Please, once we submit the job descriptions, we have already signed the CPG, so we are taking them with the job descriptions to SRC in the next few days. When they come for the job evaluation, tell them what you do. Tell them every bit that you do as a principal, and also guide your teachers to do the same. Because your job is weighted based on what you do. Tumeelewana? Yes. And it will not be everybody. So anybody who is sampled on the job evaluation, please put your best foot forward. As a commission, apart from ensuring your welfare, we also promote professionalism and ethical conduct. You not only serve as educators, but you also serve as role models who influence the moral, the social, and the intellectual development of the learners. The Commission, therefore, places significant emphasis on promoting professionalism and ethical conduct among you as the school leaders as well as your teachers. We enforce the code of conduct and ethics, the code of regulations. We undertake disciplinary processes when we feel you are out of tune. but we also offer professional support programs because we know there are teachers who have various challenges, ranging from substance abuse, alcoholism. But as we do that, we also ensure that we safeguard the integrity of the teaching profession and ensure that we strengthen public confidence in the education system, which you are custodians. By fostering high professional and ethical standards, the Commission contributes to the development of responsible citizens and supports the achievement of national development goals. We don't do this alone. As part of our reform agenda, we leverage on partnerships and stakeholder collaboration. The SG has confirmed that we work with our social partners, with our teacher associations to ensure that the welfare of teachers is taken care of. And we listen to all our stakeholders. We do not take it for granted that we are the employer, but our stakeholders have a critical role to play. We have, however, been told of issues of interference, and my friend Makilap is here. Apart from doing the issues of funding, you also need to protect these principles against political interference, against stakeholder interference. The stakeholders, we love you, we value you, but allow the Commission to do its mandate. I have constantly received letters from sponsoring institutions telling us, move this teacher from here to here, move this one from here to here. What we are saying, that mandate lies strictly with the Commission. You can give us your proposals. We will consider them based on the criteria that we use as an employer. But we don't need any help from anybody staffing our schools. Having said that, the implementation of education reforms require a coordinated approach among all stakeholders. Recognizing this reality, the Commission works closely with all the stakeholders, including the Ministry of Education, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. My brother is here. We appreciate your support. Kenya Education Management Institute, I don't know whether he's around, and development partners. Most of our programs are sponsored by World Bank. Our social partners, the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education, Kenya National Union of Teachers, KUSNET, KESHA, among others, our school boards of management and other stakeholders, including our friends from the private sector. This ensures harmonious collaboration to reduce resistance and build ownership on all our policies and our programs. Apart from that, we have harnessed technology and data management for improved service delivery. And my colleagues, school leaders, this is where we need your help. Commission works on big data and data management helps us to make evidence-based decisions. So the data you give us regarding teachers in your schools is very, very critical. It helps us to do optimal staff utilization. But we find most of the time that that data is not adequately updated. Please help us on this so that we can help you. As digital disruptions continue to reshape service delivery, the Commission has expanded the use of technology in teacher management and decision making. Digital systems now support teacher registration, teacher recruitment, deployment, and data analysis. We've put in place a robust transfer module, but we still find that most of the heads are not making comments on teachers' request for transfer. Remember, you have a choice on what to say. Nobody forces you to release any teacher. But just put a comment so that that process can move forward. Please help us on those areas so that we can all improve service delivery. These interventions have streamlined processes. They have reduced direct client interaction. They have minimized opportunities for corruption, and they have overall improved service delivery. Those are some of the reform issues that we have undertaken for the benefit of the teaching service. We, however, note that there are emerging challenges each and every day. So despite notable progress, several challenges continue to affect policy implementation at the Commission. These include teacher shortages in some regions and in the new areas in the curriculum. The directors here will speak to that, what we are doing to ensure that the areas that have no teachers, how do we intend to address? Also, we have resource constraints. Just like any other institution, the schools, the Commission have resource constraints, but we urge all of you to manage with whatever is available. Parliament and the Education Committee in particularly have had a discussion with them this morning, and we think we need to address issues of funding more collaboratively and more decisively so that we surmount some of the challenges we are experiencing. We have a rapid changing education landscape. You've heard your learners want to be wearing all manner of hairstyles. Those are things that the changes in the world, the social media are bringing, but we should be ready to handle. We are more of parents than teachers, and I think those are the challenges that we need to be addressing. We still have, as a commission, we have issues of technology integration gaps, and that is why sometimes our decisions are not quick or effective, but we are working on that to ensure that all our systems are integrated so that you are able to make a decision at the press of a button. Capacity requirements arising from curriculum reforms, that is also contributed by resource constraints, but we are making every effort to ensure that every teacher is retooled and has the necessary capacity to implement the CBE. We have done primary, we have done junior school, we are doing senior school. We've done a bit of it, but we hope during the holiday we'll make some progress on that area. The government has given us a little money for retooling. There is a growing demand for specialized skills and inclusive education, and that is why I said the Commission has reviewed Legal Notice 50 to ensure that our colleagues in the special needs education sector are supported and the teachers are equipped with the necessary skills to address that area. But what we are telling Parliament is that these challenges require sustained investment in financial and human resources, innovation, and stakeholder collaboration, which we are working on. In conclusion, education reform in Kenya is fundamentally anchored on effective policy alignment and robust implementation mechanisms. The success of the national education policies is not only dependent on their formulation, but also on the capacity of key implementing institutions to translate them into practice. The Commission recognizes the need to recruit and equitably deploy teachers, continuously develop teachers professionally, and monitor teacher performance management. Accordingly, the Commission is progressively transforming from manual environment to a digital and relatively automated environment, thus bringing critical services closer to our teachers and other stakeholders. These interventions have collectively strengthened the quality of teaching and learning in this country. While challenges such as teacher shortages, resource constraints, and capacity gaps exist, they also present opportunities for us for continuous improvement, for innovation, and deeper collaboration among education sector actors. The Teachers Service Commission, therefore, remains a cornerstone institution in Kenya's education reform agenda. And its ability to align teacher management systems with national policy frameworks directly determines the effectiveness of education reforms and quality education. Your role as principals in driving the education sector reforms through policy implementation is therefore very, very critical and demands that you remain focused, dedicated, steadfast as the implementers of these policies. With that, I want to wish you all the best in the performance of your duties. God bless KESHA, God bless Commission, God bless the unions and other stakeholders so that we can work together to uplift the teaching service. Thank you very much. I have said most of the things, so we will have a 10 minutes forum so that any clarification that is required, the directors, with the support of the regional directors, can respond. Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much, CEO, Teacher Service Commission, and the directors. This is now the open forum, and we want to hear if there are any comments, if there is any question, or you have written something, you give us, so that they are responded to. The session chair. I don't know who is the session chair for this session. Are we okay? So, is that you light at the Passover, whatever question you have, kindly. If there is any question, anything you are lighting, anything you have, any question you have asked, you bring it forward. It appears they are satisfied. I think you have done good work. Thank you very much. So I take this time, just a minute. I just take this time to present to the Madam the document that there are two, one for the Parliamentary Service Commission, Karibu, Mheshimiwa. Bring the two documents. The documents we are presenting here are the ones we handed to the Public Service Commission yesterday, to the CEO, to the head of public service, and the PS on the issues that are affecting school, and most importantly, the issue on school fees. So we have two copies, one for the Teacher Service Commission, and another one for Parliamentary Service Commission.
Chairman, there is one conversation that I want you to take home as homework and give us suggestions as parliament on how to manage it. The AI. AI atawanyang'anya kazi. It will produce robots who do not think. They will use AI to solve mathematical problems. Think on how we can manage AI so that we can use it in our country in a manner that is prudent and good for all of us.
Thank you very much. And now there is awards for the TSC. Let's proceed. I just want to just to remind you that tomorrow the Cabinet Secretary for Education will be here, the Principal Secretary Education will be here, and the Chairman Teacher Service Commission will be here too tomorrow. They will be presenting, and the topics for today, like the KICD, have also been moved to tomorrow. So I think tomorrow we come very, very early. And now thank you very much. And now I want to give back to the MC.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being patient and listening all this far. We want to pray and request that you come early tomorrow. There will be so many sessions tomorrow. Come early. We'll start at exactly 8. Madam Pamela will thank all of us and pray. Karib, Madam.
Let's stand up for the closing prayer. Almighty and everlasting Father, King of glory, once more we come before you this afternoon with thanksgiving and honor. When we began in the morning, Lord, we began with you. We want to thank you because you've seen your presence in our midst. Thank you for all the activities of today, Lord Almighty. As we prepare for tomorrow, as we travel back to our hotels, we are praying for journey mercies. Bind us with your peace that surpasses everything and your grace from above, that when we meet tomorrow, Lord Almighty, we shall be here as a team, ready to nurture the Kenyan child. Where we have gone wrong, Lord Almighty, we just pray for your forgiveness. May your grace be sufficient upon us in all our endeavors this afternoon, and bless all the meals that we are going to partake of in this city. Thank you. What I've not prayed, may the Holy Spirit intercede. In Jesus' name I pray and believe.